Howdy folks, Corky Duke Farminator here. Come with me if you want to farm. This is Farming Simulator 22 Michigan Farms Map. Schafer's Egg Service Part 127 Bravo. And I took myself a nap, so I'm feeling better. This is an accurate replica of the farm I grew up on. Pretty accurate, not perfect, but very, very accurate. And here we go. Get this going. He's got almost a full load of seed. Okay. What does that have? All right. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh. All right. Okay. Couple of spots missed. Okay. Got it. Okay. There it is. There's that piece I got. Typical. AI did not do a very good job in this field. There it is. Okay. We're going to get that one stubborn thing. I think I have an idea. See if it can't work. Same thing here. Not working. Do I have, what, a stain on that or something? I don't understand. I don't understand why it's not working. Alright, fertilizer one more time. Except for this field.
President Donald Trump is one step closer to his goal of upending vote by mail in this country. Right now, there is a wave of legal challenges to Trump's plan to have the Postal Service restrict mail-in voting. On Wednesday, the judge in one of those cases lifted a block on Trump's order, at least for now. But a group of Democratic-led states filed a new lawsuit. Are you confused yet? To block them. Trump has been doing this for years and years. It is part of a years-long crusade against mail-in voting. And I want to give you a reminder of some of his attacks just over the last 2 months.
Now, I happen to be a fan of no mail-in ballots, even though I won Florida, which is mail-in ballots by a massive number, the highest number in history. And I won other places, but in California and other states, they cheat so badly with it. There will be no more mail-in ballot scams, especially in places just like this.
The only one that's been cheating in elections is you.
The cheating of the ballots,
Mr. Owl, I think 11,780 votes. Right?
Hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt.
But here's the thing. It is not just Democrats who vote by mail. In fact, one Republican election expert says Trump's order will largely impact Republican voters. So why is he doing it? Another key part of Trump's executive order would create federal lists of eligible voters. But election officials from multiple states tell MS Now that those lists will be unverifiable and unreliable, and they could risk kicking off eligible voters. I got a lot of questions, and I know you do too, so send them to us. What do you want to know about the midterms, the economy, the war in Iran, whatever's out there? Scan the QR code on your screen. Send us your questions. We'll try to get to them. Now, let's get started. Help of our lead off panel, MS Now Capitol Hill reporter Kevin Fry is here. Laura Barone-Lopez, White House reporter, also for MS Now. Peter Baker, Chief White House correspondent for the New York Times, and Dan Weigel is here, political reporter for 704. Okay, Peter. North Carolina is set to send out its mail-in ballots next week. It seems like there is no way these changes can happen before the midterms. Is the goal just let's create more chaos before the election?
Yeah, I was at the post office this week, and I have to say, I have a lot of faith there's going to be an efficient management of this. I can't say. Most Americans, I hope that the post office is the best organization in the world. And so I think you're right, it does create a great deal of uncertainty among voters. A lot of voters are going to wonder whether or not their mail-in ballots will be valid if they do try to use mail-in ballots. But I think you can get to the point that you made, citing Ginsburg, the longtime Republican election attorney, is a good one, which is that Republicans vote by mail just like Democrats do. And in a lot of places, that's actually to the party's benefit, because voters who are less likely to turn out the polls, in some cases, vote Republican. So it could be a self-destructive thing. And if anybody out there is worried that mail-in voting is wrong, it may be Republicans who hear the president telling them that and simply compress the Republican vote for mail-in voting, even by a few percent. It could make a difference in a lot of these close races. So a lot of Republican officials are very worried about the president's actions here. But I think you're right. It's not necessarily even to affect this election. We'll see. Maybe it will go forward. But it is about laying a predicate to claim the election is unfair and rigged, as he likes to say, if it doesn't go forward.
Laura, you have been talking to state election officials on the front lines. What are they telling you?
Yeah, so I've also been talking to a Republican top election official in Utah who said that if this ultimately is allowed to proceed, yes, they cleared the way for it to, but a lot of the election officials believe that this will get halted in the coming days, that this will fully get blocked, and for at least 2026. But what that Utah Lieutenant Governor Deirdre Henderson told me is that if somehow this were to proceed and the president were to get his way, that it would inject chaos, that it is not possible for them to comply at this point, that it just wouldn't work. They wouldn't be able to do it. And so she's hopeful that more states, like Republican-led states like Utah, she said, will fight the administration on this, because she views this not as just a 2026 battle, but as one that goes beyond 2026. Because even if it is halted for 2026, the administration is going to continue to pursue things like this or try to find other workarounds, because the president, as all of us know, has said over and over again that he absolutely wants to ban mail doesn't just want to restrict the delivery of them, which is what this rule would do if it takes effect. He wants to actually get rid of them wholesale. And just to hammer the point home that Peter and you were making, Steph, Deirdre Henderson, that lieutenant governor, said Utah has been voting by mail for years, and it is still a Republican state. So again, these are Republican voters, older voters, elderly voters, rural voters who are going to be impacted if something like this were ever to take effect.
Dave, weigh in on this very point that we have all been making. Think about older voters, rural voters, white, rural, older voters. You know what they are? Trump voters. Why does he want to do this?
Part of what he's doing is giving them a story, the Trump voters, older voters, that they agree with already, that and the larger idea is get them excited about voting in that term. What the president wants the conversation to be about the Save America Act, it wants it to be about the threat to our elections. The way that Democrats are interpreting this, and Laura said it very well, is that they do think they'll litigate successfully that this cannot be done in time for these midterms. They're not worried about that. What they are seeing is Republicans being told, once again, that these elections will not be fair, and there will be a pretext to challenge the elections if Republicans do poorly. Texas is the one I hear most about. The Democrats are a little bit worried that if they eke out elections in Texas, this would include House races in the Rio Grande Valley. Republicans are creating a pretext to say that was stolen somehow. The legal battle is somewhat complicated here. The story is not complicated. It's the president telling his base that he is right and they are right. And if they see mail-in ballots going for Democrats, that is because Democrats are trying to steal the election. It's more complicated than that. But every day that he's talking about this, his favorite issue, is one that he thinks he is waking up the base. I expect to hear more about it at the Republican midterm convention in 2 weeks.
Waking them up to do what, though? I want to know, Kevin, Republicans that are running in these midterms, especially in purple states, what do they say about this?
Yeah, there is a realization, I think, amongst Republicans that obviously they don't want to end the ability to do mail-in voting just because it is something, of course, that would benefit as has been laid out by the panel. But I also want to add to this conversation that Trump, of course, also himself votes by mail. And so there's this incongruity.
He's not allowed to vote because he is a convicted felon.
What is being said publicly and what is going on necessarily with what his own actions are. And then, of course, there is,
bullshit,
as you mentioned, this fear right now for Republicans. And obviously, a lot of the issues that they hope to be running on this cycle have been kind of wiped away, including, obviously, economic news, the tax cuts, etc., that were part of the big bill from last year. And so now they are kind of struggling once already to galvanize their base for a variety of reasons. This adds another round of confusion and potential difficulty to getting the votes they need lined up as they head into these midterms.
Okay, so what would it actually look like, Laura? Okay, so if the order goes into effect, what could happen if somebody shows up to vote and they're not on the list of eligible voters? And why wouldn't they be on the list?
Yeah, so there's a lot of lists that the President Trump wants. He wants to create state citizenship lists. He wants, under this order, what would happen is that states would be compelled to hand over the list of voters that they have said are going to receive mail ballots or absentee ballots, and that they hand over that list to the Postal Service. The Postal Service reviews it, references the data that they have, and then sends the ballots to the list of voters that they deem eligible to have those mail ballots. But again, the Postmaster General of the U.S. Postal Service and the rule itself states that if states don't hand over that voter data, which states like Utah don't want to hand over that voter data, and a lot of Democratic states don't want to have to hand over that voter data on who they say they would give mail ballots to, who they've deemed eligible for mail ballots. The Postmaster General said, if you don't hand over that voter data, we are not going to deliver those mail ballots. So that is what this rule would do. It also, if the executive order is fully in effect, allows the Department of Homeland Security to create a citizenship list. And one thing that we are not getting real answers on from the administration, and I've asked DHS and I've asked the Postal Service, is what's the level of data sharing going on across these agencies, which is is that citizenship list that DHS is creating, where they're also creating lists of who they say are non-citizens on these voter rolls. They're alleged non-citizens. Again, the math isn't adding up when they're creating those lists so far, based on the election officials we've talked to and based on what DHS has said in meetings. But what kind of data sharing is going on? And they won't answer that question, which is, will DHS share the citizenship list with the Postal Service? Will Postal Service share the list of mail ballot voters that they have with DHS or with Justice Department? Because again, looming over all of this is the potential for law enforcement to charge election officials if they think they've done something wrong.
And all of this, among other things, is making people angrier and angrier. Peter, you wrote about how both home and abroad we are seeing more defiance of Trump instead of deference. What's changed?
Yeah, I think, when we saw Trump come back to office last year, the initial reaction by a lot of institutions inside the country and foreign leaders outside the country was to defer to him, whether it be law firms, universities, employers, media outlets, billionaires. They were all either signing settlements or sending money to him or what have you. Foreign leaders to say, yes, we're going to, NATO's case, increase our spending the way the president wants us to. A year later, I think we see is a different attitude. It doesn't mean that the president isn't still the dominant figure in American society. He is. But you see more institutions saying, no, I'm not so sure I'm going to go along with that. Case in point, obviously, Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, not going along with the trade deal the president tried to force on him, even at the risk of this, crippling tariff war that he's now facing. Domestically, ABC, the television network, which gave Trump $16 million as a settlement early on, maybe thinking in the mind now suing the administration for trying to illegally, in its view, pressure its broadcast license. And so I think that there's more of a willingness to challenge it now. There are exceptions, obviously. Capitol Hill Republicans being a prominent one. Todd Blanche was confirmed, despite the misgivings of quite a number of Republican senators. So, there are limits to this, but it's not the same as it was a year ago.
All right, well, there's a different group of people who are angry. The American people. Dave, you wrote about the bipartisan backlash against data centers, and now we're finally seeing candidates from both parties now come out against them, despite the fact that the federal government is doing more. They're doing more now than ever to stop people from having the ability to fight back against data centers. Why did it take so long for so many of these candidates to get on board when their actual constituents are showing up at town halls, they're protesting, and they're saying, not in my backyard?
Right, it took about, I'd say, a year from the protests we were seeing at data centers to trickle the campaigns we're talking about. You were seeing this in Virginia last year. If you cover those elections, very clearly this was happening. You were seeing in Loudoun County, Prince William County, Democrats and Republicans say, stop building these things, or at least make them pay their own way. And you set it up well. The administration's a little bit over-leveraged on its support for big tech because the Magnificent Seven are driving stock market growth. That's one of the things, for Kevin's point, that the administration wants to talk about. Let's talk about the economy. Well, GDP growth is more sluggish and unemployment's more sluggish, but look at the stock market. That is at odds with the demands of protesters to slow this down. And by protesters, I mean just universally, that people in communities around the country are resisting the build out of data centers. They're told that it will create jobs. They're told that they use the data centers for their everyday activity. That's true. You are seeing in the electorate something the administration is also tapped into, which is frustration with the speed of change happening in people's lives, with frustration with how their kids are growing up on cell phones instead of going to the creek and going outside. So you have this dissonance in the administration. On the one hand, the Robert F. Kennedy style of politics and Americana explaining that the people need to go back to the land. On the other, the administration saying, whatever we can do to build up the AI industry, get more people online, and get more AI defeating China, getting into China, we need to do it. It's incoherent. So the campaigns are also a little bit incoherent. You have Republicans who voted for the administration position now running against data centers.
RFK is saying, get out there and roll in the grass and be in the land, as this administration is selling off those lands for data centers to be built. All right, Laura, thank you so much. Gentlemen, you're not leaving just yet. We'll be back. The war the president claimed would be over in a few weeks is about to hit the 6-month mark with no end in sight, as the president is muddying the water with conflicting messages. And a reminder, Money, Power, Politics, if you like watching it, how about going to it? We are coming to you live. Our first live audience show slated for Thursday, September 17th in my home state, Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, CNBC World Headquarters. You want to come? Scan the QR code on your screen, sign up for a chance to get a ticket. I would love to see you there. Money, Power, Politics is back. And the war in Iran will hit the 6-month mark. And just to give you an idea of the unclear outlook going forward, I want you to look at these two headlines. On one hand, Trump posted a meme declaring mission accomplished. But he also told Al Jazeera he's not in a hurry for Iran to return to talks to end the war. He is also back to using the familiar line about the Strait of Hormuz. Watch this.
It's sort of open right now. You know, we have a thing called the blockade headed up by the U.S. Navy, and we control it. It's open now. We're taking a lot of it's open now. We let people in that we want to let in, and those people come in. They've been coming in and they're going out. So it's actually open now. Now, the strait is open, and the oil prices are coming down, and they will continue to come down. Right now, the strait is open. We got a lot of boats are coming through. People aren't reporting that, and that may slow down a little bit at some point, but right now, a lot of boats are coming through. The strait is functioning. It's a functioning strait. Yes, every once in a while, the rocket or something shot, but it is a great functioning strait. A lot of oil is flowing now.
For fact's sake, the Strait of Hormuz is not open. Data passed through yesterday. Before the war, it was about 130 ships crossing every single day. Right now, Iran is negotiating with Oman to reopen the waterway because the U.S. is standing in the way. In the meantime, Saudi Arabia is rerouting its oil shipments away from the Strait of Hormuz. Why would they do that? Because they were spoken. Despite Trump's new claims that all mines have been removed, American allies are privately reporting that they believe there still may be some left. Our panel is back with us, Peter. What mission has Trump accomplished in Iran? And I'm not being sassy. I mean, people just need to understand the facts.
Well, you know, obviously there's been a lot of damage to Iran's military infrastructure, particularly the nuclear program. You can certainly assume that to be set back. It hasn't been destroyed. It hasn't been enough to convince Iran to abandon the nuclear program, and that's the real goal here. The goal is not simply, as he has stated it, to delay the inevitable or to delay what he hopes won't be inevitable. Is to convince Iran to change its calculations. So far, Iran hasn't changed its calculations. It's not going to go to the nuclear program, and it has actually caused great damage to the world economy by using the Strait of Hormuz. So today, 6 months almost to the day after the beginning of the war, what we've seen is actually more pain for a lot of places in the world, a lot of pain for Iranians, but not a lot accomplished in support of the goals the president initially set.
Kevin, there are some lawmakers who say finish the job, but have yet to articulate how that gets done. For the most part, how are those on the Hill feeling about this thing 6 months in?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of this, obviously Democrats are jumping on this at every chance they have been since the very beginning. I mean, obviously they continue to take joy, and I mean that kind of a facetious way, but they are really enjoying the fact that they can hit the president and Republicans over gas prices, over fertilizer prices, over not being able to pay for things back home, but we're sending money overseas, over the kind of incongruity that exists between the fact that Trump's own base and the Trump movement in some sort emerged from the Iraq War, and now he's going overseas and causing this kind of confusion and blowback back home. Republicans have been trying to navigate this in some sort of way by both being deferential to the president, continuing to argue that this is all about national security, but at the same time, there is an awareness, they don't necessarily want to articulate it, but there is an awareness, obviously, that the gas prices are higher, and that is a problem for them as they head into these last couple weeks. They obviously would like this to wrap up, many of them, but at the same time, even if it were to today, the implications for the elections are largely, it seems, just slowly being kind of built in right now because prices would not immediately snap back.
Okay, but I don't even understand, Dave, the president lying about the Strait of Hormuz being open, right? Because reporters are going to fact check him and call him out on it. And actual voters, the American people, have to go get gas every day, and they know the prices aren't going down.
Again, it's this communication between the president and his base, and I might be reductive
But
to this,
Dave, hold on.
Yeah.
His base drive cars.
Yes. And that is who he's communicating to, that don't worry, it's going to turn a corner. And if you talk to Republican voters, there is a almost messianic trust in the ability of Donald Trump to get us out of this jam. That is who he is talking to. He is not talking to the independent, and frankly, when we're talking about some of these races in play, not talking to the independent who took a chance in 2024. He's talking to the hardcore Trump voter that they're trying to turn out again around the country, get 90% of them to turn out, and they'll be convinced. So you're right, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But the premise to the voter who trusts Trump is that things are going to get better, and you have Trump derangement syndrome if you don't think they're going to get better. You're a panikin. I guess a word they don't use quite as much anymore. That is who he's talking to. So I'm not defending the dishonesty here. I'm saying the dishonesty is for a particular audience of Republicans who say, that's right, I trust him. If the gas prices are up, they're going to go down eventually. And that is it's a grace that Joe Biden didn't have, Barack Obama didn't have. It's a grace that he and his voters have. And there's more to the country than his voters, and that's not what he's focused on.
Okay, I guess I would just like someone to define for me what eventually means, because again, we're almost 6 months in. Peter, one more topic. I want to ask you about CIA Director John Ratcliffe's trip to Russia. Two people familiar with matters are political. Then he was there to warn Russia against attacking NATO allies and to press them to reduce their economic and military support for Iran. What do you make of this trip?
Yeah, it's a fascinating trip where we have some CIA reporters supposed to be able to make the great 2022 first, but at the end of 2021 before moving away from invading. See how well that worked. So we don't know that this warning is going to be any more effective, but it does bring to the fore something I think that hasn't gotten a lot of attention. A lot of people know that Russia has been supporting Iran. A lot of people don't really realize how much Russia has been testing NATO and the European allies over the last few weeks and months. Sort of subterranean campaign of sabotage and drone incursions and so on and so forth. Here in Europe right now, Russia poses a pretty scary possible threat. There are intelligence agencies out there who think that Russia might push it even further. So we don't know exactly what John Ratcliffe told the Russian sponsor, but the United States has some intelligence that he was taking to them to say, listen, we know you're thinking about this or that. Remember, he was in the Biden administration where Russia was caught trying to set up these package bombs and airlines that would have destroyed airplanes. American lives would have been lost. And so they have been on the edge of some pretty drastic actions against the European allies and even possibly against the United States.
Peter, is it also that they think they have more of an edge or a better relationship with Russia? Trump boxed in as it relates to the war in Iran, but if he can get something through, if he can get Russia closer to ending this war with Ukraine, if that could then cause oil prices to go down, is that the one place he thinks he can do something because he's so backed into a corner with Iran?
Well, I don't know that he can do something. I mean, the problem is Vladimir Putin doesn't seem to want a deal. The Ukrainians feel like they have a good deal of momentum. They're not interested in making the kind of concessions that Putin would demand and Trump would accept. But I think you're right. If they were able to, and then the Ukraine war tomorrow would have an impact on the energy markets, absolutely. I think it's more about whether or not they're looking for a fresh face to send to Moscow, because Steve Witkoff hasn't been able to broker this deal that Trump wanted. And I think that there's been some reporting by foreign policy experts that the Russians have been frustrated with Witkoff. Don't necessarily think that he's been a reliable conveyor of their positions, and that they wanted somebody who could be more understanding of the specifics that they're talking about, and that might be a CIA director.
All right then. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me this morning. Coming out from Canada, standing its ground as Trump reignites his trade war. The warning from the former Deputy Prime Minister of Canada on the fraying relationship between our two great nations, and the new concern that this clash could spill into a midterms. But first, right after the break, I'm going to say almost no one would consider a billion-dollar company small, but guess who is? The Trump White House? They say yes. While they are trying to stretch the definition, and it could hurt the very thing that the Small Business Administration was created to help. You're going to want to hear this story. More Money, Power, Politics next.
You need to be having better sex. Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew Gold. Sorry, this time I'm not being physically ready. It's useless if your head is not empty. And if you don't know, Blue Chew Gold is not just some basic pill with blood flow. Blue Chew Gold is the only one that's combining 4 powerful ingredients for the strongest impact. Why settle for a basic fix when we can have the gold standard? Blue Chew Gold contains sildenafil, tadalafil, oxytocin, and alpha-martin, which helps to amplify.
Down to business. Like, I really need you to hear this story because the White House wants to allow companies that are worth $1 billion to qualify for federal contracts and loans that are specifically dedicated for American small businesses. The Small Business Administration, the SBA, that was created for this very reason. The changes would, quote, reward growth and strengthen domestic production, arguing this is needed for national security. They love that argument. But small business owners are saying this would change the playing field and make it even harder for them to compete for government assistance. Joining me now, Brian Schwartz. We have not seen him in a while. I'm glad he's back. White House economic policy reporter for the Wall Street Journal and veteran Washington correspondent. My friend John Harwood. He's a distinguished fellow at Duke University and a columnist for Zateo on Substack. Brian, what do you? I mean, to me, this is why the SBA was created. Okay, and it's hard enough for small businesses to compete in the current landscape, and now this $1 billion company can dip into this.
Well, that's right, Stephanie. I mean, it could be problematic. One of the reasons is because for the article you just cited, 75% thereabouts of the businesses that would qualify for this $1 billion type program to get government contracts already are involved in government contracts in and of themselves. So if you look at it like that, this is clearly going to box out, if they go ahead with this, the Trump administration, small businesses from gaining government contracts, because these very same businesses already have a foothold above those small businesses at the moment. So that's really the complexity here, and it's actually, when you break it down like that, it's pretty straightforward. Small businesses will likely get boxed out of this process, and companies that are worth upwards of $1 billion, if not more, will have a leg up if the Trump administration goes ahead with this. Clearly,
you're kinder than me. It's not they will likely; they are going to get screwed with a capital S. John, what do you think?
Look, I think we can't, Stephanie, remove this from the context of the administration's broader push against, say, DEI, because a lot of these small businesses may be minority-owned businesses, maybe women-owned businesses. Donald Trump does not care about those businesses. What Donald Trump cares about is people like him who have a ton of money. Maybe they commit a little fraud. He may pardon them, especially if he gets paid. Donald Trump cares about himself and people like himself, because that's self-affirming for him. So I think you can't divorce that from the context of the broader administration agenda.
John, I don't think that these businesses are DEI. What these small businesses are guys that don't have enough money to come to the White House and offer the president a plane, a train, or an automobile. They can't give $10 million donations to the ballroom or to Trump's super PAC. They can't buy huge lots of Trump meme coins. I think that's the disadvantage, not necessarily that they're DEI. He likes super rich people to increase him.
We're saying the same thing. I mean, a lot of the people who benefit from small business programs are people who have not made it. And if you look, sort of proportionately, who's made it and who hasn't, women are trying to come up, minority business owners are trying to come up. The administration has specifically taken aim at some of those programs set aside for small businesses. But yes, it's all part of the same fabric of a president who cares about people at the top and people with money, and he doesn't really care about anybody else.
If you run a small business, chances are you can't afford to pay $5 million for a one-on-one meeting at Mar-a-Lago. Okay, let's talk about Meta. Meta obviously settled their lawsuit over social media addiction claims and agreed to impose new safeguards like more complex age verification and limits for how much kids can spend online. Florida's AG rejected the deal, calling it peanuts compared to the harms being done. Brian, how do you see this thing?
Well, I definitely don't see it as peanuts, to put it that way. I mean, it is a big difference what we're seeing from the Attorney General, at least getting some sort of settlement through Meta versus what we've seen in Congress. Look, I mean, anybody who's watched Mark Zuckerberg come on Capitol Hill and get yelled at and yell back knows that really has been largely theater. There hasn't been much from the federal side to kind of take on Meta, or previously known as Facebook. And this really does. It is a step in that direction from the state side. And for the federal side, there's still a lot of questions as to whether and how they're going to take on social media giants like Meta, and in other cases like Google and big tech firms in that sense. So I think it's actually a step in the right direction for people who want to see big tech companies, social media giants, challenged in some way. And they did get some concessions from Meta in the proceeds of north of $17 billion. It's not chump change. It's not a ton of money, to your point, compared to Meta's market cap. I understand all that, but it is something where the states can look at that they got some sort of win here versus the federal side, where they really haven't had a ton of wins against Meta in that case.
I think Brian's exactly right. The step is better than no step. It's hard for Congress to act right now. It's pretty paralyzed on almost every topic, other than tax cuts and things that the president lumped into his big, beautiful bill this year. And so you take the legal process as one avenue of trying to get some progress against a problem that I think everybody agrees. Everybody, the children, grandchildren, see what's happening with young people in society, recognizes that we have a problem with young people on social media. And
feel confident you'll be found by the right rules.
Does your disease cause itching? It does. And if you are itching right now, I need you to pay attention, because this is not a skin problem. This is your kidneys sending you. By the time the itching starts, you are already in the later stages. The main reason is oxidative stress and uremic toxins building up in the body. Toxins that your kidneys should be filtering out but can't, because your nephron filters are corroded and failing. Those toxins are now recirculating in your blood, depositing in your skin, creating inflammation underneath the surface that makes you want to scratch yourself raw. Now, here's what most people never get told. Your kidney filters are being destroyed from the inside by free radicals. Oxidative stress is burning through the cell membranes of your nephrons every single day. When those filter walls corrode, waste that should leave your body gets trapped. Toxins recirculate. Inflammatory compounds build up. That's the itch. It's not dry skin. It's not an allergy. It's not random. It is a sign that your kidneys are struggling right now. And if you ignore it, they will keep getting worse. You can try corticosteroids, the antihistamine, the gabapentin, the Benadryl at night just to stop the scratching. But all you are doing is covering up the warning signal. The root cause is still destroying your kidneys. And the root cause is eating.
all praise to anybody who picks up that.
All right, we got a quick viewer question. Last one. Andy from New Jersey asked, last week Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the U.S. would throw our way out of a $40 trillion debt burden. Is that impossible? How about the economy need to grow and for how long? We understand what Mo says it's not possible. Brian, what's your take?
I mean, it's going to be extremely difficult to get out of the debt burden over now, $40 trillion. I think it was last announced to be. Listen, it's going to be a very tall order for the Treasury Secretary and else this administration, or even make the case of this administration, to do exactly this. I understand Mr. Trump and through AI and our Wall Street Journal for the page.
Why is it an issue that he penned it through AI? I don't figure out why this is a big deal.
I honestly think it is an issue.
His own thoughts, his own history, what is he guilty of? Plagiarizing himself?
No, I don't actually think it's an issue. I was speaking to somebody yesterday, I think the next person who I would know on Wall Street, and they were actually saying how impressed they were as it came out with AI. That was something that was kind of funny. Somebody said to me yesterday about this, and they said that they were surprised at how it came out. They said, wow, I didn't know someone really could write this well. And it turns out it was AI. That's all I think it really comes down to. But my overall point on this is that I think it's going to be a very tall order to go ahead and overcome the $40 trillion debt for the president, the trajectory now, and whoever runs the show next time as president.
Is the same drug and goes to no name club?
Very funny. I'm not sure what it is, but it would be great. And we don't know if we exactly what he used, but listen, seems like AI were better than a speech writer. As he said, he started college as an English major. He switched to economics. Clearly, that was a good move for him. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Where do you return? My next guest. She helped me negotiate U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, USMCA, during Trump's first term. She's got warnings to Americans about waging a trade war with nuclear aid with our neighbors to the north. Former Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, Joyce Hincks.
Let's finish a franchise football head coach. Maybe Miles High City? Not feeling it. What about B-Town? Nah, that's not it either. Here's City by the Bay. Some good players, but I'm looking for something else. A Metroplex? Nah. City of Rugby Love? No. It was also hard to America. This is the perfect team to manage. Don't look for football head coaching. Become the head coach of your own franchise.
There's an article reporting on a clash between the President and his Secretary of Defense. The Washington Post reporting Trump and Pete Hegseth butted heads over munitions shortages that are threatened to limit on. As two sources familiar telling the Post, Trump thought that problem had been fixed. The White House and the Pentagon are pushing back on this reporting, and in a late-night social media post, the President argued, quote, the U.S. has massive amounts of munitions and that more were being manufactured and shipped. At the same time, he's calling those stories fake. He's slamming, quote, leakers of what he called treasonous statements, saying the sources of those leaks will be hunted down and deserve long-term jail sentences. Tom Nichols and Tim O'Brien are back with us. Tom, the administration has pushed back on this Walpole reporting, but does the episode reveal more about the difficulty that they're facing in trying to wrap their arms around this war that they are clearly struggling to find an end to?
They're struggling because they're losing, and it's interesting that the president's position is this is completely fake, but also a dangerously treasonous leak of something that is obviously true. So the problem here is that they think that just executing operations over and over and over again will somehow produce the result they want, even though for 5 months.
Oh, now guy's in trouble.
So we're using of stocks.
Hey, Austin, how you doing? Thanks for joining the stream.
For this kind of a war, but knocking down cheap drones that we were saving for places like Europe and Asia, and I think the most important part of that story is Hegseth being very Trump-like and trying to throw his own deputy under the bus about why this is happening. The deputy Secretary of Defense usually runs the Pentagon on a day-to-day basis. Knowing this stuff is the
Hey, Gladstone girl, how you doing? Thanks for joining the stream.
They're obviously losing this war. The infighting has begun, and the bickering is now going to spill out into the public, as sometimes happens in cases like this.
Yeah, because it's not just the fact that there might be a munitions shortage, which frankly is not a secret, has been talked about on the Hill, has been true since the early part of sending aid to Ukraine. It's been an active conversation with military circles, but then also during testimonies on the Hill from relevant cabinet officials over the course of the last few years, including Hegseth in recent months. But it's the other issue of the fact that Hegseth may have misled the president, and that might be why he's casting blame on his deputy. But Tim, I'm wondering if this just shifts the spotlight onto Hegseth, because there have been moments where people on the Hill have been clear, Tom Tillis included, that say, I regret my vote to confirm him.
Hello, Kyla, how you doing?
But he's also been one of the people who's continued driving home the same points about the two
bringing different results, just like Trump. And I'm wondering if this administration starts looking for someone to eventually throw
I'm
under the
doing
bus. Does it
okay.
end up
Thanks
being
for
Exit?
asking.
Of course, that's a possibility. Of course, that's exactly what Trump is thinking. Because two things are problematic here, and whichever one they are, we don't know yet. But either Hegseth gave Trump the accurate information that U.S. predictions were perilously low, and Trump chose to ignore it, or Hegseth misled the president because he didn't want to deliver bad news. And this gets back to a commonality kicking around in the prior block, that this is either a Soviet structure or a Tsarist structure. But the reality is, people in Trump's inner circle are telling him what he wants to hear or are misleading him. And in this case, it has really, really dramatic real-world consequences. They have wasted a treasure trove of U.S. weaponry
Look at him
in
go.
Iran. They brought Ukraine, which now is structures that they can't defend themselves against Russian attacks. They need the bad missile system from Korea in the East, and that leaves our allies in East Asia exposed to Chinese aggressions. All of the knockoff effects of this misguided, ignorant policy that was done simply because Donald Trump took Bibi Netanyahu at his word and then pursued a war in which we lost American lives, we spent American money, we blown through American munitions, and we're stuck.
Yeah, right, because the exit ramp is the thing that they are struggling with the most. And the other person who initially was one of the voices saying, hey, we might not want to do this for a whole number of reasons, including the fact that one of the central tenets of being America first, as Trump campaigned on it, was not beginning new foreign entanglements or wars. And that's exactly where they are right now. I'm talking, of course, about Vice President Vance, who has been the face of talks with Iran. And the president, and who President Trump has said, joking, maybe not, that he'll blame Vance if there isn't a good deal. I want to play some of what Vance told Fox News just last night.
Another one? Get back in bed.
I'm a chemist, and I've had a problem with time for over close to a year. I've tried different therapies, everything from laser therapy to some heat therapy and acupuncture, and without much success at all. The treatment I had here was shockwave therapy, and I noticed as time went on, I noticed small improvements, but then it got better. And right now, I would say I'm probably 75% better than I was when I came in. I've been struggling with this like close to a year in November. And this is probably the best results I've had. Yes.
I want to play some of what Vance told Fox News just last night.
You have people who will attack what the President of the United States has said, and they don't want to use his name because they know that the President of the United States is too big a fish for them. So they'll come after me, or they'll come after somebody else in the administration. That's my job, Laura. And if the worst thing that happens over the next couple of years is that I take some flack for the President in order to make his administration more successful, I think he'll be happy about that.
I mean, Tom, that is his job as vice president. That's true for all
Thank you, Kayla. Appreciate that.
Further here too, right? The way that Vance, who was against this privately, has now really been pushed into the spotlight to be the person defending it continuously.
Well, two things.
Thanks, Austin.
Is
appreciate the light.
There isn't anybody in Trump's orbit who hasn't had to mortgage their soul for pennies on the dollar. At this point, no matter what they may have believed or said or once claimed to believe, they've had to put it all on the altar of Donald Trump's ego. But the other part of this is, it's the vice president's job to take heat. A trade deal goes bad, inflation goes up. Normally, you don't want to see the president and the vice president that far apart during a war. You didn't want to see, George W. Bush turning to Dick Cheney and saying, well, if it goes wrong, I'm going to blame him. You didn't want to see, Ronald Reagan in Grenada saying, well, if this thing gets hairy, talk to George Bush. That's
It's one thing for vice presidents to be heat shields for unpopular policies. It's another thing to have this kind of division in the Oval Office during a war where American lives are at risk.
I think that's a great point. And then you layer on top of it the idea that for Vance, this is something he will have to carry with him for whatever his future aspirations are, including but not limited to potentially being president.
And he's trying to keep both of those doors open at the same time. Trump really wants to run. He needs to win. Trump gets administrative primaries. He can get a general election, which you probably have that Trump support in 2028. But precisely what Tom was saying, this is a eco-sex system. Popular by some reason. Given up their independence in efforts and competencies to serve the country.
At the point where you're on more politically speaking, nothing to say of the economic and treasure cost, right? The number of the lives that have been lost. But politically, a very unpopular thing. And Republican strategists continue saying to me, and they are the most worried about as the midterm elections get closer. Tom Nichols, I want
Hey, Austin, what do I do with my mulcher?
Joining us now, MS Now Senior National Security Reporter David Rode, former Assistant Special Agent in charge at the FBI, and MS Now National Security and Intelligence Analyst Michael Feinberg, and Senior Fellow for Middle East and Africa Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations, Stephen Cook, and host of the Independent Americans podcast and founder and CEO of Independent Veterans of America, Paul Reichoff. Paul always has to sit next to me. That's just how this goes. David, I'll start with you. Let's take the first part of President Trump's post. He's claiming that we have massive amounts of munitions and more are being manufactured. We've seen Reuters report that the U.S. has indeed signed a more than $3 billion deal with major weapons manufacturers to ramp up production of the Patriot and the THAAD interceptor parts. Where's the truth here, though? Where does our defensive weapons cache currently stand?
It's depleted. It's not empty, but it's depleted. And it takes time for these kind of missiles to be made, the Patriots in particular. But the Trump administration has had time to plan for what was going to play out when they chose to go to war with Iran. So this is no surprise. And I think it's good. I'm biased as a journalist, but in terms of the last part of the tweet, that this is somehow treasonous, 50,000 Americans are risking their lives right now for this country in the Persian Gulf. If they do not have the weapons they need to defend themselves, it's our job as journalists, if we have credible sources, to report that. And so it's astonishing to me that the President of the United States is saying whoever leaked this is guilty of treason and that they should be hunted down and get a long jail sentence. These service members deserve proper weapons.
To David's point, Paul, hunted down the sources of this. How can you hunt down quote-unquote leakers or sources if you're not really denying the underpinning of what they've leaked?
Bingo. Yeah, I mean, if what they're saying is false, why is he trying to hunt them down? I think the bigger picture here is that the world is sick of Hegseth and his crap. And the country is sick of his crap, and the military is sick of his crap, and I think Trump's starting to get sick of his crap. And his misstatements, his false truths, his lies, and his inability to report accurately what's happening on the ground and to include our stockpiles. So I think Pete Hegseth has always been on a stable footing, supposedly, and they keep reiterating that, which means he may be sort of seeing the other side of the bus pretty suddenly. So this is not going well. And Trump is not good at taking responsibility for himself. Hegseth did not take responsibility himself. He blamed a subordinate, which is the failure of leadership again. But someone's going to have to be held accountable here, and Trump usually looks for a scapegoat.
Michael, if sources close to the president were privy to those discussions at Camp David, and they're expressing these concerns about the depletion of our stockpile to the media, as David says, what does that signal to you?
You want to put yourself out there, and you're okay with being posted, put on Indeed.
You're back in bed. You don't negotiate this.
And just like that, you're talking to someone real. Complete your Indeed profile and help jobs find you.
Seriously, do not turn on this data setting unless you are ready to quit your job. I used to work at Verizon, and I shouldn't be telling you this.
There it is. I found it.
Keep this quiet. When I quit, so here it is. There's a glitch in the system that generates roughly 600 for people who use
Yes, I like the white tires on this truck.
The big tech knows about it.
40/40, I
Tell
believe.
us about it so they can keep the profits for themselves. It's disgusting. I'm tired of watching them get rich off us. So I'm exposing the loophole I set it up for my mom first. She has no tech skills and made 3 times her salary shortly after. I couldn't believe it worked that fast. No wonder why the big wigs hope you never figure this out. Don't let them win. Tap the button below to see what they're biting.
It signals a few things to me, and I want to be clear. I was a national security investigator for most of my lifetime. I probably have a different opinion on how media leaks should be investigated than
Tell us about it.
Well, I mean, in general, I think there is a national security interest in protecting certain secret information from public if that information can be used by our adversaries against us. But in this case, my main takeaway is something totally different. And my main takeaway is that if an administration as riddled with ideological loyalists as this one is still leaking, that tells us that the situation is probably far more alarming than we actually realize. The difference between Trump 2 and Trump 1 is that there are no grown-ups this time who are taking their jobs out of a sense of obligation to be the adult. Everybody knows what working for Trump is like at this point, and so the people who are going to work with him are not doing so out of a sense of patriotism or to bless or please your public service. They're doing
Smell
it
the
because
fertilizer.
they idolize the person who has become the personalist incarnation of the Republican Party. So if they're willing to leak what is going on behind closed doors, that really tells you something, that something has gone off the rails.
Yeah, I think that's a point well taken. David, the Joint Chiefs Chair, Dan Kane, had warned about munition shortages even before this war began. According to the Washington Post, were those warnings essentially ignored? How serious were they back then, and compare it to now?
Yeah, the shortage of these munitions and how much they cost has been known for months, if not years. Well, right when the war started, we were reporting also on Kane. So, again, this goes back to the president and also Secretary Hegseth. They, when you decide to go launch a major war like this, you have to consider worst-case scenarios. And there's no question that what has happened is by far the worst-case scenario and something the White House didn't anticipate. But it's their job to anticipate it. So they used huge amounts of weapons and different kinds of advanced bombs in the first days of the war. There were thousands of them dropped, and now they have a problem. But this is called planning. This is called competence, and they did not think through the worst case scenario. They appear to have been just overconfident. And now again, service members are now paying the price for poor planning.
And Stephen, of course, there is this global dimension to this. Trump has said that it was our Middle East allies who urged him to call off the so-called major strike that he had been planning on Iran. And the reporting is that that's in large part because of the lack of defensive capabilities to thwart off any kind of retaliation from Iran. How vulnerable are our Middle East allies in the region, and how does that impact the course of the war?
They're quite vulnerable. We saw from the last round of actual conflict between the United States and Iran that the Kuwaitis, the Bahrainis, the Qataris were hit and hit very hard. And that's because they don't have the interceptors, and the United States doesn't have the interceptors to protect them. The Saudis find themselves under fire from the Houthis again, and thanks only to NATO forces like Greek forces, who on a bilateral basis are in Saudi Arabia to help protect sensitive sites, has the damage in Saudi Arabia not been as devastating as it could be. The other real-world consequence of this is, of course, it puts the United States in a relatively weaker negotiating position when it comes to the Iranians. The Iranians know, and America's partners know, that the United States cannot protect them. And so when it comes down to a negotiation, it's more likely for the United States and its partners on the other side of the Gulf to accept an agreement that most likely will favor Iran and its demands over having some control over the Strait of Hormuz.
So talk to me, Stephen, about how our adversaries are viewing all of this when you have the telegraphing of the depletion of munitions. To Michael's point, it may be contrary to national security interests that we now know all of this information, but how do forces like Russia and China view this?
Well, of course, since the very beginning of this conflict, and from the moment that the Iranians tried to close to the Strait of Hormuz, the Chinese in particular have been paying close attention to how the United States would go about opening a waterway. So this is a very significant challenge, not just in the Middle East, but globally for the United States. These munitions, people talk about them as being built in a factory. It's more like workshops. It takes about a year to produce a Patriot missile. So this is going to be a long-term issue if we have expended as many as studies like the one coming out of the Center for Strategic and International Studies and the leaks coming out of the Pentagon would suggest.
Paul, NBC News reports citing 2 senior officials that U.S. commanders are picking and choosing which Iranian missiles they should just let fall and which ones to intercept. How concerning should that be for our military servicemen and women and their families who are watching all of this unfold?
Deeply, especially considering how many have already gotten through and wounded and killed American forces. I think when it comes to Trump and Exet, you can't believe what they say, you have to watch what they do. And they're asking for $67 billion more. About $20 billion of that is for weapons and for munitions. We know we're using Tomahawks and Attackams and Patriots, and we need them badly, and our allies need them badly. Meanwhile, Ukraine's getting pummeled, and the civilians there are dying by the day, where the children are being killed, and they don't have enough munitions. So it's a great example of a misallocation of resources, where Trump got way ahead of his skis. He didn't plan adequately. He didn't ask Congress for support, and he didn't ask Congress for enough money to fund what turned out to be a very protracted war.
Now they're asking for $67 billion more.
Just and
put a fine point on that.
1.5 trillion at the end of the year.
Yeah. Michael, I do want to turn to the New York Times reporting that cites the FBI that there have been hacks of water systems at least almost a dozen different water systems across the country. There have been years of warning and neglect, according to the New York Times. Are we prepared to counter even a more serious attack than what we've seen on civilian infrastructure, whether it's water, our power grids?
I don't think so. I don't think we're remotely prepared. And I want to hasten to add that vulnerability is a choice. For years, if not decades, private sector industries that make up much of our critical infrastructure have resisted security upgrades and any sort of oversight and regulation because it adds costs to their operations. Good security creates friction. It demands resources. It lessens usability sometime, but it's insurance, and we are now seeing the result of not having insurance. When you compound that with the fact that the Trump administration has decimated an organization called CISA, which traditionally did most of the government side of this type of security, this is entirely expectable. And unfortunately, Americans need to realize this is the future of warfare.
I will not duck my responsibility for taking care of them.
Which means it is now vulnerable to cyber attack. And the oceans on either side of our continent are
I got every animal you can have in this game on this map.
those with whom we would go to war.
I see AI as 2 types now.
Except for invisible pink unicorns. And I know what your question is. How do you know they're pink if they're invisible?
Well, use. Get things done AI, like Rootable connects to the real thing. I don't ask it anything. I tell it what I want handled, and it goes into my tools and handles it. I honestly didn't think it'd pull it off. That's when you realize it's chat AI. It works for me. Connect it now.
Gun laws are changing in 2025, and this is one of the toughest memories, which is the reality.
Longer protection against those with time to find resistant under was unacceptable.
Okay, well, 20 it does. Months and years. Last year, including new plants in real time, just to replace what we have expended. I said months, and then you said years. Oh, it depends on the weapon system. But 2 to 3, 4x of what we have today. Okay. So yes, we're dealing with the reality under the previous administration of what they sent to Ukraine and what they allocated elsewhere.
I always got to blame Biden.
Got it? Hi again, everybody. It's time for your names. That was the
2 years in the Trump administration, we're still blaming Biden.
testimony of Secretary of Defense back in April. You did say in there, though, that it would take months and years, months and years, to replenish U.S. weapons stockpiles. A very troubling fact, considering our ongoing war with Iran and Donald Trump's penchant for escalating and stopping and escalating over and over again. 2 months later, when asked about it, Hegseth grew combative and said a munitions shortage was a story manufactured by the media. As the war continues, there's a growing number of questions about our stockpiles, and at times, Pete Hegseth and others in the Trump administration have blamed former President Joe Biden for sending weapons to Ukraine. In fact, Donald Trump sent weapons to Ukraine in the last hour of the cameras rolling, but behind the scenes, it is a different story. According to brand new reporting in the Washington Post, Donald Trump confronted Pete Hegseth about the country's supply of munitions very recently. From that report, quote, Trump's frustration over the Iran war boiled over at Camp David last week, where he demanded answers from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on why he had apparently been misled on extreme munitions shortages that now threaten to limit military options with Iran. That is according to 2 people familiar with that exchange. Quote, the encounter took place on the sidelines of his cabinet meeting at Camp David on Friday, where Trump vented at Hegseth that he thought the munitions issue, quote, had been fixed, according to both people familiar with the conversation, who spoke anonymously due to fear of retaliation. The White House immediately denied the reporting, and last night in a post on social media that was posted at 12:34 a.m., Donald Trump denied it as well. Now, the problem in denying it, he also attempted to refute the reporting and kind of sort of ended up confirming it. The post reads in part, quote, the U.S. has massive amounts of munitions, especially of certain types. Additionally, large amounts are being manufactured and shipped to the U.S. as needed. The leakers of these treasonous statements are being hunted down. Long-term jail sentences will be sought. Funny thing is, any of this is funny. If you're going to prosecute someone for a leak, that generally means the information that is in the paper is so true that it's dangerous to slice or not punishable jail time. Donald Trump revealing the accuracy of reporting while trying to deny it. People at the same time is where we begin the hour with some of our favorite experts sometimes. Military analyst, retired Lieutenant General Mark Early is here. He served as a commanding general of the U.S. Army in Europe. Also joining us, managing editor of The Bulwark, contributor Sam Stein is here, and writer and editor for Protect Democracy, Amanda Carpenter is here. General Hartling, your thoughts on the, I guess now confirmed by Donald Trump, reporting that he blew up a Pete Hegseth in this Camp David cabinet meeting.
They called the entire Washington Post story was fascinating because it confirms what a lot of people have been thinking for the last several months. I mean, Pete Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth, has stood before not only Congress but the American people on multiple occasions and talked about how the U.S. military has conducted 14,000 strikes against Iran. Now, those strikes come from somewhere, and we also have heard Mr. Netanyahu talking about that Israel has intercepted over 1,400 either drones or missiles coming toward Israel, which means there are a lot more drones and missiles going to places like Jordan and UAE and Qatar. And when you have drones and missiles going into different countries, you intercept them with very expensive weapon systems like the Patriot and the THAAD interceptors. Those are two very expensive missiles. The Patriot costs about $5 million per missile. The THAAD costs about $12 million per missile. And there's 14,000 strikes, as Mr. Hegseth said, with using Army missiles with 300-mile range, and also the Prism missiles, which the Army has over 300 miles range, along with the aircraft. Those are very expensive missiles as well. The Precision have over $2 million apiece. So when you're talking about, the kinds of things they're now retrieving, it's not just a depletion of ammunition, it's also a depletion of credibility. Because you can't conduct all these strikes as they're writing about, and at the same time say that a very limited supply of missiles are still available. Plus, the last thing that we'll talk about is Secretary Hegseth, during that congressional hearing, said that we were building factories by the month or the year, like you just stated. But the problem is with that, it takes a long time to build factories, and it takes an even longer time to build these very precise weapon systems
that come out of the factories. So you can't just fix it, as the president said, when he allegedly asked Mr. Hegseth about this. It's not something that can be recovered. This is a long-term problem, and the military is facing it. And we've also heard that combatant commander in the Pacific region saying he was concerned about being able to execute a contingency plan because they were moving things like that launchers from Korea, but also the missiles that have been released from this area of operation. So I'm just using battlefield math and battlefield common sense in terms of some of these weapons systems that are stories going at them.
All right.
Well, I want to, I don't know if it's my job to bolster the Washington Post reporting, but it's not the first time we've heard about the limited supply of munitions. I want to just share some reporting from February. Also the Washington Post. Trump's top general perceived acute risks in an attack on Iran. Quote, General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, expressed his concern at a White House meeting last week with Trump and his top aides, these people said, cautioning that any major operation against Iran will face challenges because the U.S. munitions stockpile has been significantly depleted by Washington's ongoing defense of Israel and support for Ukraine. Kane's remarks at the White House meeting after previously reported that's from February. So this starts, General Whitley, with the top general's concern about limited supply, and then runs a course of Trump's erratic announced escalations, seemingly not attached to a military or diplomatic strategy for winning the war in Iran. What do you think has happened since February when there was already concern? And just to explain a little bit more why the widening of the war and Iran's penchant for striking violence in the region, the spread of these interceptors and munitions to our allies to protect us as well.
Yeah, we put air defense systems in countries like Jordan, Oman, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Egypt, Saudi Arabia. So each one of them
Stay in bed.
has a system that they're better.
You need to get back in bed. You're on time out.
And high demand locals, which means that everybody wants one.
Oh, not right now.
You know, the 4 soldiers who were killed in Jordan last month were all a couple of weeks ago, I'm sorry, were all air defenders. 2 of them, the 2 males, were from Fort Bragg, North Carolina. The 2 females were from Anfang, Germany. That tells me that they're moving air defense systems away from other locations where they normally are to protect these allied nations. And when you protect them, you're shooting rockets against drones and cruise missiles that are coming in. The last thing I'll say, Nicole, that's important, you just brought up back in February, this was mentioned. That's the first time a lot of people understood it, but I've been watching it for a lot longer than that and been concerned about it. I had an honor to be a member of the Joint Staff as a principal for 2 years. On the Joint Staff, there's also someone who counts missiles and how many are going out. A 3-star general, the J4. A J8 that talks about acquisitions. A J3 that looks at operations. And the J5 that looks at strategic resources. All 3-star generals, all reporting directly to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, who tells the Secretary of Defense and the President what's going on. If that wasn't happening back then, it's either the fault of General Kane or the fact that the Secretary of Hegseth did not understand what was happening and didn't tell the President, or the fact that the President wasn't listening. So there may be multiple failures in the whole supply chain. And I'll just say one more thing, that logistics determines the art of the possible in warfare. When you don't have the logistics, when you don't have the ammunition, you can't do the things that you want to do.
All right, almost done with this.
The war with Iran, we've gotten plenty of rosy proclamations, finger pointing, and flat-out lies from the Trump administration. But folks, These past few days have really been something else. On Tuesday, Reuters published this headline: the U.S. has used virtually all of its long-range precision missiles during Iran war. And publicly, the Trump administration has tried to downplay it, but privately, they're saying something else. The Washington Post reports that last Friday, Trump demanded answers from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth about why he had apparently been misled about extreme munitions shortages. And Hegseth, the testosterone-touting man that he is, defended himself by doing what we've seen him do before: blame someone else. Hegseth reportedly blamed his deputy for the shortages and for not making sure Trump was fully informed. Now today, Trump insisted that there's no problem at all, no munitions issue at all, no beef with Hegseth at all. But despite all of that, nothing to see here, all of that, there's nothing going on. Today, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Trump has ordered new investigations into disclosures. The Pentagon's munitions stockpile. Joining me now is New York Democratic Congressman Pat Ryan. He's a member of the House Armed Services Committee and an Army veteran who served 2 tours in Iraq. It's good to see you, sir. So Trump apparently believes he's been misled on the munitions shortages. Do you buy that?
He is so out of touch, out of reality. I think they feed him a slow diet of missile strike video clips, and then he goes back to whatever other distraction. And it would be humorous if not for the fact that we've got 50,000 troops in the region and we've lost 18 soldiers. Every American is paying the price. Gas is back up over $4. And it is infuriating, especially to those of us that have served in the last generation's forever wars, to see us now 6 months into what was supposed to be a 6-week war, and they won't even be honest about the state of our munitions. And by the way, they're still covering up casualties. They're not even attributing these last 4 brave Americans lost in combat to this war. It is just beyond the pale.
From your perch on the Armed Services Committee, can this stockpile be replenished? Look, if the reporting's out there must be things happening with them. I don't know what you're hearing. Maybe you can share specifically some of the details of that. But is it really that bad?
Job interviews, they carry those things out.
Is it really that bad?
From everything we know, and this has been the case for several months, we knew the burn rate of these munitions was incredibly dangerous. Literally in early March, a week into the war, I questioned a senior Pentagon leader about this exact problem, and they just denied the reality that we were hearing from folks on the ground. The problem is, we have expended so many munitions in just a few months that it will literally take us a decade plus just to get back to the level of interceptors and precision strike missiles, which are incredibly expensive, incredibly slow to produce. That means other adversaries around the world now, particularly China, to a certain degree Russia, know that we're weak and vulnerable. That makes every American less safe. And look, if you can't even recognize and own and be honest about the problem, how are we expected to fix it? And again, we can't say it enough. This is a grave disservice to our troops in uniform, who are now in more danger because of Hegseth's complete clown car of a Pentagon that he's running.
Well, given what you just said, Congressman, and you've been out there making very clear that there needs to be a full audit of the Pentagon. And so now you've got this administration that's scrambling to replenish munitions stockpiles. They're also looking to spend money on things like building 25 nuclear-powered battleships, which Trump has called part of his Golden Fleet or Golden Dome missile defense program. What does that say about the priorities of this administration and what should be the priorities of
That was Mo
the
and
United
Helen's
States Congress when it comes to
foil.
The defense of the nation.
And this is Larry and
I think what we're seeing in the president's priorities are enriching himself, enriching his buddies that are the CEOs of these defense companies. I mean, his own sons have bought huge shares in a bunch of companies that are now making huge profits on this war. While, of course, we know Trump himself never served. Certainly no Trump family members that I know that are signing up to go on this war. It's our young people, working class people that are going to war. So he's 180 degrees off, particularly for somebody who ran on stopping wars. What we need to do is, one, $1 trillion plus defense budget is outrageous when we need to be investing in housing and healthcare, bringing down gas and grocery and utility costs. So we got to get our priorities back straight there. We also need to stop giving tax breaks to billionaires. We give $1 trillion tax break to the ultra wealthy to further add to our deficit in addition to the $1 trillion defense budget. When it comes to the Armed Services Committee, myself and my colleagues in a hopeful majority, which I'm optimistic about, need to immediately have urgent oversight. One, to protect our troops. Two, to get back at the apolitical nature of our military, which Trump has eroded. And three, most importantly, we have to end this war, cut off the funding stream. I have a bill called the No Funds for Iran War Act that would not allow us to spend a single dollar more on this war.
Right. It is Congressman Pat Ryan. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you. Folks, we'll be right back.
Thanks for having me.
New tonight, MS Now has confirmed that Oman and Iran have come to an agreement, at least on the framework of a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. That's according to 2 Middle East diplomats with knowledge of the negotiations. Now, folks, that's the framework of a deal because those sources did not tell us specific details of the temporary deal. They also did not share what issues have yet to be resolved. An Iranian government official who took the deal told MS Now, quote, "It will establish new shipping routes by allowing commercial vessels to enter the Persian Gulf through an Iranian-controlled route and exit through a route controlled by Oman." The agreement, according to the Iranian official, does not include the collection of tolls from commercial shipping vessels seeking safe passage through the waterway, which Iran has previously sought. The proposal is a, quote, temporary agreement for Washington and Tehran to call a new ceasefire and resume nuclear negotiations that began in mid-June, but collapsed after retaliatory strikes by both sides across the region. This comes after Donald Trump spent the day lashing out after Washington Post for their reporting. Listen to this. They detailed a confrontation between Donald Trump and his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Camp David just last week. The blow-up was reportedly over the dwindling state of U.S. weapons stockpiles and its impact on Trump's war in Iran. The White House press secretary has denied the Washington Post's reporting. No shocker there. In an overnight social media post, Trump wrote, quote, "The U.S. has massive amounts of munitions." Munitions is in quotes for some reason, they're not sure why. And that the leakers of these treasonous statements are being hunted down. Long-term jail sentences will be sought. Exclamation point, of course. Then this afternoon, another rambling social media post, Donald Trump accused the Washington Post and others of, quote, spreading false and completely unfounded rumors, and called the Washington Post treasonous. So which one is it? Were there leakers or was the reporting false? It's worth considering that Donald Trump's fury over this may just be the tale. His fury may also be coming from the fact that on day 160 of his war in Iran, it is still unclear exactly where this is all going and when it will end. And it seems that Iran knows that. The current political calendar here in our country is in their favor. According to the Wall Street Journal, Iran's leadership has made a high-stakes calculation in its showdown with President Trump. Maintaining control over the Strait of Hormuz is a non-negotiable red line. With gasoline prices and inflation elevated, Iran believes Trump will ultimately accept its terms ahead of fast-approaching midterm elections that could determine the future of his presidency. The short version, that political pressure is real. Let's listen to what those Trump voters in Ohio told MS Now's Alex Tabbitt earlier this week.
Thank you for 30 years of one love, raising Haynes, chicken fix since 1996. This is why blocking spam calls never stops. What do you mean? It's not just a random call? No.
Ohio told MS Now's Alex Tabbitt earlier this week.
Do you see this war benefiting the United States of America or your life in any way?
No. No, I don't.
Do you see any way in which this war is benefiting your life?
Nope. I don't. I really don't. I don't know what they're fighting over in the first place, you know?
Our next guest, Tom Nichols, recently wrote in The Atlantic about Donald Trump's complete inability to navigate the seemingly unnecessary war that he started. Quote, many Americans and much of the rest of the world have become inured to Donald Trump's strange rants when he shouts about sharks, when he drones on about his brilliant uncle, when he casually ponders violating the Constitution. His supporters try to dress his statements up as some kind of strategy. The war in Iran, however, has shown that Trump's inability to perceive reality has become truly dangerous. He led the United States into a disastrous conflict because he thought his gut was smarter than the advisors who warned him that deposing Iran's regime was unlikely. He continues to mislead the American people and perhaps himself about America's strategic defeat at the hands of one of its worst enemies. The world economy, the balance of power have been changed, perhaps for many decades to come. Because Trump cannot draw links between cause and effect, he does not understand that his actions and the failures that follow are somehow related to each other. Joining us now, the man that wrote those words, Tom Nichols, Professor Emeritus at the U.S. Naval War College and staff writer at The Atlantic. First off, sir, what is your reaction to the news tonight that Iran and Oman have reached an agreement to temporarily open the Strait of Hormuz?
It's just remarkable that after 5 months of war, Iran is going to control the Strait of Hormuz, which it didn't before Trump launched this war. It leaves us, the United States, the West, and the rest of the world worse off. And for what? That's the question that we keep asking, and we have to keep asking about this war. What was all this for? Donald Trump thought he was going to get a quick, cheap, easy win, knock over the Iranian regime, and now here we are with Iran basically saying, well, we'll control the strait, but we'll agree to think about whether we're going to collect tolls, which, if you had told anybody that a year ago, it would have seemed almost preposterous, almost impossible.
See, the president went to Venezuela, and then he thought he could do that everywhere. I just want to move to your reaction to this Washington Post report. And it gives us a little bit of a glimpse into Pete Hegseth's leadership and the communication, I guess, between him and his boss, Donald Trump, in this case, on the depletion of American missiles. A really important piece of reporting there.
Yeah, it's a mistake to use the words Pete Hegseth and leadership together, especially when your first reaction is to throw your own deputy under the bus and to basically say, well, in a way, what was Hegseth saying? How can I be expected to know this stuff? I'm only the Secretary of Defense, or Secretary of War, as he puts it. It's also, as you pointed out in your earlier reporting, Eugene, that, which is it? Is the president going to pursue people for revealing, dire information, or is the whole thing false? And I think that the anger that you're seeing from the White House and the Pentagon about this says that the reporting is accurate. I would just tell people, you don't need access to classified, deep secrets to figure this out. There are people all over the world who keep track of how many missiles the United States buys, how many it stockpiles, and how many it fires. You can do a lot of this reckoning and calculation from open sources, and I think what you're seeing is that the Post and other outlets are confirming what other people around the world are seeing, and it just shows what a reckless and stupid war this was, to just blunder in without a plan or a strategy.
Yeah, something that President Trump was reportedly warned about too from his leads there. In your piece for The Atlantic, you wrote about how Donald Trump continues to mislead the American people when it comes to Iran. But is his staff misleading him? Why does he seem confused about these things, or are they equally delusional about this war in Iran?
I think you have two things going on. One is that
his staff is terrified of him, and so when he gets wrapped up in this kind of delusional stuff about, oh, we're winning, right, and they show him all this B-roll footage of stuff blowing up, it's everybody around them says, yes, sir, absolutely, you bet, winning. But I also think he knows, and that a lot of what he's saying is just lying. I mean, how many times? I think we're up to something like 40 separate times the president has said, we're on the verge of a deal. Deal's imminent. They want a deal. They're going to make a deal tomorrow. He knows that's not true. He knows it. The people around him know it. Every time the president says we're winning, there are so many lies and misstatements and misleading things the president has said. He has to know. But there's also the problem that Trump does try to kind of manifest reality and wish things into being just by saying them out loud. So I think it's a combination of both, to be honest.
It's like wishful thinking and war don't have anything to do with each other. Tom Nichols, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Welcome back to On the Line. I'm Alicia Menendez. Calls are growing for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to lose his job over horrific conditions facing our service members aboard the USS Lincoln. The aircraft carrier has set a modern-day record for consecutive days at sea and has been deployed for nearly 9 months as part of President Trump's war choice with Iran. Democratic Senate Leader Chuck Schumer says Hegseth must be fired immediately, and he is not alone. Here's what else we've heard, including from Congressman and veteran Jake Auchincloss on this show just yesterday. You have repeatedly called on Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to resign if Democrats are to take back control of Congress. Will impeachment be a priority?
Yes, it should absolutely. We need an inquiry. We need oversight investigations, and if the
That
facts
going to
yield
prison. I
an
can't wait
impeachment
for that day.
recommendation, we need to pursue that vigorously. We on the Armed Services
Basic answers. He doesn't want there to be any accountability. He doesn't want to get blamed. That's pretty obvious. He doesn't want this president to get blamed.
News Now has reported on the absolute grim conditions our service members are facing on that ship. Multi showers, food shortages, running out of toothpaste, deodorant, soap. This is what our service members, people who are putting their lives on the line for us, are dealing with, and it is taking a toll. A sailor jumped overboard last week and was in water for about an hour before being rescued. The sailor's wife told on this now that days earlier her husband texted her, quote, "I think the boat is finally getting to me, and I really don't think I can keep up my peace act anymore." Hegseth was asked about the dire moment for our service members. Take a listen.
Completely misrepresented. Listen, we make sure that every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment. Some deployments are longer than others, and I have more respect and gratitude for those sailors.
Lies, fucking lies.
With the health and dignity of our troops on the line, I want to bring in MS Now reporter Priya Sridhar, who's been doing that incredible reporting for us. Vaughn Hilliard is still with us. I also want to bring in Amy McGrath, retired U.S. Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel and the founder of Democratic Majority Action PAC, and MS Now political analyst Tim Miller, host of the Bulwark podcast. Amy, what we just heard there from Secretary Hegseth, is that sufficient?
No, because nobody trusts Secretary Hegseth. He has an integrity problem. He's had that from the start. Look, there's always stresses of being on deployment, and the longer the tour, the harder it becomes. I think the conditions of being in a combat zone for such a long period of time during these conditions makes it very, very difficult for those sailors that are out there. Sailors, soldiers, and Marines enduring harsh conditions, frankly, is not new. What is new, and what stands out to me, is the anger and sense of betrayal that these sailors and their families feel about the mission itself. I don't ever remember seeing this level of pushback from military family members during our wars in Afghanistan and Iraq even. Families who are normally very supported are opening, they're questioning why their loved ones are being put at risk. What's the strategy? Why do we need to start this war? Do we have competent leaders at the top who have prepared our forces for a long-term battle? Because frankly, many of these service members were probably told, like the American people, that this campaign is only going to last a few weeks.
To the point that Amy's making, this is about a ship the way the Moby Dick is about a whale. The administration has not given these service members a clear rationale for why they were there in the first place. DoD isn't just responsible for the conditions of the ship. They are responsible for why these service members have been deployed. And that's the part, it seems to me, that HEGSAP can't really contend with.
There's no strategy. I mean, there's no exit plan. I was talking about Matt Kinzinger on board yesterday. He's like, look, maybe this would be different if it's like, hey, at Labor Day, we're going to rotate you guys out. We've got a plan to get a new carrier. There's none of that. Like, they have no strategy. They have no plan. The war was not pitched to anyone. It was a pitch to the American people, but it wasn't pitched to the State of Soldiers Airmen. Like, it was a completely ill-thought-out, stupid decision from the president on a whim because he thought it was going to be easy. That he thought it was going to last the weekend. And here we are, and these sailors have been out there for 250 days. I mean, the usual kind of rotation where you at least go to port, that is every 30 to 45 days. This is way, way, way beyond that. So it's no surprise that morale is low, and especially when there's no end in sight.
And Priya, this is capturing the attention of members of Congress. California Senator Adam Schiff, who's from the same state as this ship, spoke about the conditions with our colleague Peter Alexander. Take a listen to what they said. As this ship spoke about the conditions with our colleague Peter Alexander. Take a listen to what they said.
We've had at least one family of someone aboard interact with our office and complain about the lack of food and the poor quality of food, saying that was certainly in terrible shape. And that was early on. So I can only imagine months later how much worse it is now.
We highlighted your photo speaking to the wife without sail who jumped overboard. What else did she say to you about what's been going on there?
Yeah, that's right, Alicia. It was an absolutely heartbreaking story. This young woman is just 19 years old. She actually had a baby girl back in February. Was on this deployment. He actually got an opportunity to meet that baby for the first time before he was admitted to Balboa Naval Medical Center in San Diego after he was medically evacuated from the ship after he jumped overboard last Monday. She told me she wasn't entirely surprised that this happened because he had been expressing to her repeatedly during this deployment that he was exhausted. He was an aviation mechanic who worked on the aircraft carrier's flight deck, and he also expressed concerns about safety conditions there because he said that his prescription contact lenses had expired, and he expressed both of his mental health concerns and those safety concerns to his chain of command, she says, and to the ship's medical team, and she says that they just brushed it off. And what was even more concerning, Alicia, is she tells me that after she discovered his suicide attempt from one of his squadron mates back on Monday, she reached out to the Navy to find out more information, and they did not get back to her about anything until Friday, 5 days later. So yet again, it just shows a little bit of a lack of transparency here, and this is just one sailor's story of the 5,000 sailors who are on that aircraft carrier.
There can be a political shift to the attention necessary with a growing number of Democrats who are calling for HEGSAP to either be fired or have raised the possibility of impeachment. At the same time, you've got political reporting. The Democratic candidates have made HEGSAP a new boogeyman on the campaign trail. They're planning to shift their attacks from President Trump to HEGSAP. I wonder what you think about that strategy and what type of pressure it would take for the attention to really turn to HEGSAP and his leadership. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I think HEGSAP should be a political target for Democrats because he is so incompetent. And it is putting our military at risk. It's putting our country at risk. I mean, his treatment of the military from the start has been terrible. You can talk about all the silly stuff, like the pulling down photos of diversity in the force, or the ridiculous dressing down of the top military officers last year, the admirals and generals that he has not promoted because of their color or gender. But the biggest problem with Pete Hegseth is his incompetence and his lack of integrity. The military doesn't need to be coddled, doesn't need to be treated well even. But what the military needs is a Secretary of Defense who is competent at the top, who is going to make sure that he does the things that only the Secretary of Defense can do, like partnerships, and making sure we don't get into a war where we're going to get clobbered strategically. Those are the big things. And the integrity piece is so important. This is a man who has lied about the Strait of Hormuz being open. He's lied about the operation. He's encouraged the military to perform war crimes. He's covered up the casualties of this war. People just don't believe him anymore. And that's why he needs to go.
Right, and Bonnie, what we're hearing from Amy's analysis is so contradictory from what we're hearing from President Trump, who's continued to support Hegseth publicly, says he has faith in it. Just take a listen.
The Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, and he's had some good victories lately. I will tell you today a lot more. Pete Hegseth, incredible. We have just a great group of people. Pete Hegseth, who's born for this role. I mean, he's doing a great job.
Okay, fuller context here. You have the reporting that Trump's frustration with the Iran war boiled over at last week's Camp David summit, where he demanded answers on munition shortages. Hegseth was aboard that special decoy flight out in the Middle East, though, unlike Trump, did not sneak aboard. Why this enduring loyalty to Hegseth on the part of the president?
Pete Hegseth is still carrying out the orders of the president himself. This is a war that the president of the United States decided to go forward with, and commanded his Pentagon to move forward with these offensive strikes on February 28th. This is something that Donald Trump suggested would be able to be negotiated, and yet every step of the way, the fault of the continualness of the war has not been the strategy in his mind, but it is the difficulty that is the Iranians' ability to maintain its offensive posture in keeping this war going. And I think that it goes back to people like Mark Esper and James Mattis from the first Trump administration, and the commitment by the transition team this go around to install people in these cabinet positions that would be unyieldingly loyal to him and his wishes. And that's exactly what we got in November of 2024 when he selected Pete Hegseth. Through narrowly through the confirmation process, despite deep reservations from people like veteran Joe Ernst. And so, in so many ways, what we're watching transpire now, the president really can't lay at the feet of Pete Hegseth. And I think that is where the reporting from Priya and from our colleague Lindsay are so relevant to this moment, because it's human impact stories that are the ones that are hardest to spin. And understanding that soldiers are not in a position to speak out, and their family members are hesitant to do so as well, knowing the potential implications of an administration that is on after individuals who may deem leakers or individuals who may deem to be seeking to undermine the mission of the American military. We saw them pull the national security credentials from the former Air Force Secretary that served under the Biden administration, who was simply talking with the New York Times on record about questions as it related to the new Air Force One. And so we've seen this Pentagon and this administration go after Alyssa Slotkin, go after Mark Kelly, and so there has been a very clear statement that has been made by Pete Hegseth on behalf of the president that they are willing to go after anybody that tries to undermine the mission of the U.S. military. And so for right now, he's a pretty good option that continues to exist despite the frustrations of the continuing war.
Tim, who is the bigger risk for Hegseth, the president growing frustrated with him, or Democrats seeking to impeach him?
The president, and there are a couple of ways to look at why there is not more buzz about moving on from Pete Hegseth around MAGA circles. And it's not as if they've not been willing to push aside people in this cabinet who have not performed well. It has to be women, is something that I guess would be noteworthy, whether that be Kristi Noem or Tulsi Gabbard or Pam Bondi. So the administration and Trump himself has moved on from people. So he's not, given just the plain failures that anybody who has eyes can see, leads you to wonder a couple things. I mean, maybe it's as simple as Vaughn was saying, Pete Hegseth is just carrying out Trump's orders, and for Trump to move on from Hegseth would be for Trump to look inside himself and talk about his own and reflect on his own mistakes, which is not something that Donald Trump does. So maybe it's as simple as that. I think a more ominous potential that we should at least think about is, I think the other person I would look at is extremely incompetent, who is staying in this administration despite tons of terrible press, is Kash Patel. And maybe Donald Trump has decided he wants pliable, less than competent people in those roles, given what might happen in the coming years.
He doesn't care about competence. He wants people that will do whatever he says.
Exceed his demands about shooting protesters in the leg,
or
the
not.
Insurrection Act.
Doesn't give a shit
in
about
his first
that.
term. I think he doesn't want someone like that in there. And he'd rather have somebody incompetent and pliable. I think that is also a real possibility.
Ladies over 60, your swollen legs aren't a water problem. They're a clogged drain problem. And no pills.
I think that is also a real possibility.
Good evening from New York. I'm Antonia Hilton in tonight for Chris Hayes. Every day, the immense financial and moral costs of Donald Trump's war come into sharper and sharper view. All week long, we've been telling you about the saga of the USS Abraham Lincoln, one of the biggest symbols of American military might, whose 5,000 sailors and Marines are in crisis, at war, and at sea since last November. Their tour extended twice. No port calls, no land. Families tell MS Now the crew has gone hungry, without showers or mail, basic toiletries or hot water or drinkable water for long, long stretches, as the fleet can't keep up with the increased logistics of an open-ended war. And many service members are in a mental health crisis. Multiple Lincoln sailors have jumped or attempted to jump overboard. The wife of one showed MS Now a text in which her husband wrote in the days before he jumped, "The boat is finally getting to me." The mother of another sailor told MS Now that the problem is not the ship, it's their leaders.
What I want people to know is how would you feel if that were your
Corrupt
kid over
and
there,
incompetent
right? And I've heard
leaders.
people say this about Trump and his son. Send your son over there if this is all okay to you. And I don't disagree with that. How would you feel if that was your son over there? How would you feel if this was you over there?
Where is the president on all this? Yesterday we heard from Secretary.
It is seriously the biggest news.
Is one of the most significant cases that the justices have decided in recent years here in the Supreme Court ruling that President Trump's use of emergency tariffs that he's implemented are illegal. It's the most significant economic case to reach the High Court in years, sweeping implications for the economy and, of course, for presidential power. And at stake here are billions of dollars in revenue that have already been collected by the government. Pamela Wolf, the other significance here is that this is the first time that the 6-3 conservative court has ruled against President Trump in one of these major cases that have gone before the court since he returned to power in January.
The conservative Supreme Court, the one Trump spent years claiming he owned, has ruled that the global taxes he slammed into place were illegal. He is accused
President
of
is not
seizing
supposed to
Congress's
own the
exclusive
Supreme
taxing
Court. That's
power,
ridiculous.
inventing an emergency that never authorized the scheme, and extracting billions under a law that never authorized a single tariff. This is the first time that 6-3 majority has gutted him on a major case since he returned in January. First-term swagger is gone. Second-term reality has arrived. The highest court in the country just told him the money machine was never his to run.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. Waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. Starting tomorrow, the United States will implement reciprocal tariffs on other nations.
He tried to operate a global shakedown from the Oval Office, tax any country, any product, any day, park the cash in the Treasury, and dare the Constitution to stop it. It stopped him cold. He wanted the power of a king over trade. 6 justices just wrote that the Constitution does not give him that crown.
Well, Wolf, it's a monumental ruling, and the bottom line is that the tariffs Donald Trump announced back in April on Liberation Day are gone. They have been ruled illegal by this U.S. Supreme Court. An interesting array of justices here. In the majority, ruling that the tariffs are illegal is Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Gorsuch, and Justice Amy Coney Barrett, 3 conservatives who teamed up with the 3 liberal justices, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson, to rule these tariffs unconstitutional. The dissenters are Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh. And the basis for the ruling is this. Congress, not the president, Congress typically holds the tariff power. Now, Congress passed this law back in 1977 called the International Economic Emergencies Act. And Donald Trump tried to use that law to say, well, I'm declaring an international economic emergency, therefore I'm imposing tariffs. But the majority here said, no, that law does not authorize you to impose tariffs, and no, there is not a valid international economic emergency here. So the end result, we are still going through this, but the end result is that Donald Trump's tariffs have been struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court. But really important point I want to make, Donald Trump has said, various White House officials have said, if he loses on this basis, he will try to re-implement other tariffs through other laws, which he can try to do. However, those other laws are much more restrictive. They would not allow him to apply the type of sweeping, massive, across the globe tariffs that he tried to impose here, but have now been struck down.
What the court left standing is almost as devastating as what it struck down. Trump's team is already signaling they will hunt for other statutes to rebuild some version of the tariffs.
I don't have to push tariffs. I have the right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs.
Those remaining tools exist, but they are narrow, slow, and tightly constrained by design. None of them permit the kind of sudden, worldwide, unlimited duties he announced with such theatrical force. The legal pathways still open to him require notice periods, formal findings, congressional consultation, or product-by-product justification. In short, the very features that made this original approach so politically useful, speed, scale, and unilateral shock, have been stripped away. This is the practical consequence of the ruling that matters most going forward. The spectacle of one man standing at a podium and rewriting global trade rules overnight is finished. Any future attempt will be smaller, more bureaucratic, and far easier for courts and Congress to challenge. The administration that once treated tariffs as a personal instrument of pressure now faces a constitutional speed limit it can no longer ignore. The justices did not merely invalidate one set of duties, they closed the door on the method itself. What remains is a far weaker toolkit, and a president who must now operate inside the limits he spent months pretending did not apply to him.
That's right. Well, this is Chief Justice John Roberts, who wrote the majority opinion where the court agreed 6-3 that President Trump's tariffs exceed his power under the law. He wrote, quote, "The president asserts the extraordinary power to unilaterally impose tariffs of unlimited amount, duration, and scope. In light of the breadth, history, and constitutional context of that asserted authority, he must identify clear congressional authorization to exercise it." And we knew that the Chief Justice would be a key vote after what we saw in arguments. Now, we are still going through this. I want to show you, this is about a third of the opinion. It's 170 pages long. This is just a fraction of it. So we're going through it very carefully to try to understand what, if anything, the court said about what happens now that revenue the government has already collected. I know that's a big question. Right now, we are carefully going through this to see if they laid out a plan. This goes back to the lower courts. That's what we're going to figure out right now.
A quick question for me, Paula. Do the tariffs immediately go away as of right now, or does it take a few days or at least maybe a few weeks for them to be removed?
Well, they've been declared by the Supreme Court to be illegal, so we're going through to see if they've laid out some sort of plan. But as of right now, people should not have to pay a tariff today or tomorrow. The one that they
we're looking to see, because the logistics of this are so complicated, to see if the justices waded into that, or if all of that is going to be something that's now going to be tossed down to lower courts. Now that the justices have ruled on the larger constitutional question here, the separation sort of of powers, who has the authority to do this, right? Because while this has enormous economic implications, really this was a question about the extent of executive power.
The majority opinion does not merely reject the tariffs, it dismantles the entire legal theory behind it. Chief Justice Roberts described the power Trump claimed in stark terms: the authority to impose tariffs of unlimited amount, unlimited duration, and unlimited scope, all by presidential declaration alone. The court answered that claim with a 170-page opinion that leaves almost no room for spin. Clear congressional authorization was required. None existed. What remains unresolved is the money already taken. Billions collected under a scheme the court has now declared illegal sit in a legal gray zone.
They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective.
The opinion does not spell out a clean refund process. That question is being pushed back to the lower courts, guaranteeing months or years of further litigation, uncertainty for businesses, and political blame shifting. The practical effect is immediate in principle. The duties have been ruled unlawful. Yet the logistics of unwinding them are messy precisely because the original program was designed for speed and scale rather than legal durability. At its core, this was never only an economic dispute. It was a separation of powers case. The court drew a bright line. The president does not get to invent sweeping revenue powers and then dare the judiciary to stop him after the fact. The line has now been drawn in public, in detail, and in writing.
So this really didn't come as much of a surprise after the oral argument. It seemed like the Supreme Court was likely to strike down the tariffs. The real
Which
question
production
was
site needs eggs
how many
right
justices
now?
would join to strike the tariffs down, and would they be able to coalesce around a particular rationale? I think probably from the justices' perspective, it's not a personal rebuke as much as it's a legal rebuke. Under the court's precedent, for the president to exercise this kind of sweeping power, they're saying Congress needs to be really clear before it hands over that power, and they're saying we just don't see it here this time.
Well, the president, as we saw in that press briefing, he attacked the justices personally, and he also criticized the way they wrote the decision, saying they invalidated the tariffs but didn't clarify what happened to the revenue already collected.
I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective.
So what do you make of that? And earlier this evening, you have the governor of Illinois,
Get to
Jamie
Grandma
Pritzker,
Schafer's
demanding a
bakery.
$1,700 refund per family
I have
for the
one
people
memory
of
of her.
his state.
I was
The
helping
only
her
real
bake
reference to
cookies.
it is in Justice
And I
Brett
was probably
Kavanaugh's
4 years old, and
opinion for the
I could barely reach on the
dissenting
counter, but she's
justices.
got flour, and I'm like
Lack of reference to the refunds
splatting
is
the counter, and the
complicated
flour's
by
going
the
everywhere. And
fact
she looks down and says, "Are you
that
having fun?"
the litigants who were
One
actually
memory of
before
her.
the Supreme
And one
Court
memory of
in
my other
these
grandmother
cases
too.
had
They
been
died when I was
promised
very young.
immediate
So.
refunds by the federal government if they prevailed, and it wasn't actually part of the question before the Supreme Court. The only question before the Supreme Court was, does this federal law, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, authorize the tariffs that the president imposed? Could the Supreme Court have said something about the refunds? Maybe, but it wasn't entirely surprising that they
I'm
didn't
gonna
do
need
it.
more oats.
Watch how
Crap.
Trump responded the moment the ruling landed. He did not address the constitutional holding. He attacked the justices themselves. In a public briefing, he called their decision terrible and totally defective, then complained that the court had failed to tell him whether he could keep the money already collected. The focus shifted instantly from the legal limits of presidential power to personal grievance and institutional blame. That reaction matters. The court framed its decision as a legal rebuke, not a personal one. Trump treated it as an insult. The same president who spent years demanding loyalty from the judiciary now publicly questions the competence of the very court he helped shape the moment it constrains him. Meanwhile, the practical fallout is already political. Governors are demanding refunds for their residents. The governor of Illinois has publicly called for a $1,700 refund for every family in his state. Other officials are preparing similar claims. The political pressure is shifting from the courtroom to the states and to the Treasury, and the administration is left without a clean legal answer. The absence of clear guidance on the collected revenue has opened a second front of conflict that will play out in lower courts and state houses for months. The court did its institutional job. The president answered by questioning the institution itself.
Well, the Supreme Court is well aware of the constitutional history of generating revenue, a power explicitly reserved to Congress in its origination in the Constitution. And before we had an income tax in this country, we raised revenue principally through tariffs. And there were lots of conflicts that previous Supreme Courts dealt with about the legality of those tariffs. That precedent is a backdrop for this. President Trump has jawboned and criticized this court, saying if you rule against me, you're going to destroy our economy, waging a very aggressive public relations campaign. But the court cares what the Constitution says and what precedent says. It's interesting to note, Tony, this 1977 law that Jan and others have referred to grew out of a crisis with Iran after the Iranian Revolution, and it has been used principally to freeze assets or to levy sanctions. The Trump administration told the Supreme Court it had almost unlimited powers to impose tariffs, not just as an economic matter, but as a diplomatic cudgel. And what the court said, and I think this is important, summarizing the administration's argument before it, that view would represent a transformational expansion of the president's authority over tariff policy. It is also telling, the court wrote, that in the IEEPA's half-century, that's the law of existence, no president has invoked the statute to impose any tariffs, let alone tariffs of the magnitude and scope. So essentially what the court is saying is, we have a Congress. Congress has negotiated laws with presidents as this law was negotiated. If you follow that law, you can do it. If you expand way beyond that law, you can't.
The court did not scold a bargaining style. It rejected a theory of office. Start with the statute's actual job. IEEPA was built as a sanctions and asset tool after a hostage crisis, then stretched, decade after decade, around foreign threats that looked nothing like a customs schedule. Presidents used it to freeze banks, block designated persons, and cut regimes out of the dollar system. That is a wartime adjacent toolkit. It is not a license to redesign the price of every imported washing machine, auto part, toy, or semiconductor, because a president wants leverage in a press conference. The administration's ask was larger than a grape fight. It told the justices that regulate importation could be read as a roaming power to tax the planet and to use that tax as a diplomatic club, raise it to punish a government, cut it to reward a concession, move it again if the headline changed. In American law, a tax is not a movement. It is a legislative act. Article 1 puts duties, imposts, and excises in Congress for a reason older than the income tax. The people who pay are supposed to be able to fire the people who levy. A president who can write the levy from a resolute desk short-circuits that chain. That is why the silence of history matters more than any talking point about toughness. For roughly half a century, administrations of both parties found IEEPA useful for sanctions and still did not treat it as a tariff code. They knew where the line was. They used Section 232 when they wanted a national security duty on steel or aluminum with investigations and findings. They used Section 301 when they wanted to target unfair trade practices with dockets and country-specific records. They used narrower escape valves when they wanted temporary balance of payments tools. Those statutes are annoying on purpose. They force paper, findings, time limits, and a theory that can be tested. IEEPA was attractive because it promised speed without
I'm going to need oats.
Speed without paper is how a tax becomes a personal instrument.
Let's do 27
Look at how the machine
oats
actually moved in 2025. A Liberation Day schedule 1 week, a jump on Chinese goods from 34% to 84% days later. Another jump to 125% the day after that. That is not an emergency finding maturing with new facts. That is a president discovering he can treat the tariff line like a volume knob. Companies cannot build a factory on a volume knob. Ports cannot staff for a volume knob. A family buying groceries does not get a briefing when the knob turns. They just meet the price. The legal doctrine underneath the holding is older than this court. In the 1952 steel seizure case, Justice Jackson mapped presidential power as strongest when Congress has authorized the act, weaker when Congress is silent, and at its lowest ebb when the president
Well,
pushes
planned
against the
in September.
legislative design. A peacetime global tariff program built on a sanctions statute sits at that lowest ebb. It does not become lawful because the president calls the trade deficit an emergency or because fentanyl is real and horrific. Real problems do not mint extra clauses in the U.S. Code. If they did, the emergency declaration would be the most valuable legislative power in Washington, and it would belong to one person. Critics will say the court tied the president's hands in a dangerous world. That is the oldest defense of extra-constitutional shortcuts. The hands were tied on purpose. Revenue is how governments fund armies and also how they crush opponents. The founders had watched kings do both. They put the first enumerated power where they put it so that a popular general or a popular demagogue could not finance a private foreign policy out of other people's invoices. There is a second danger hiding behind the first. If IEEPA can be a tariff statute, then every emergency statute becomes a candidate for the next extraction. Export controls, shipping, energy, payments. The verb regulate appears all over the code. Once the court accepts that regulate includes tax without limit, the only remaining question is which cabinet secretary holds the list. That is not energetic government. That is government by adjective, say emergency, hard enough, and the noun changes. The dissenters were willing to live with that risk. They read historical practice, including older presidential tariff experiments, as enough to carry a modern global program. The majority was not. That split is the real news for the next 2 years. 3 justices would have let the theory run. 6 would not. Future White Houses will study that map and hunt the statutes that still have findings, clocks, and product lists. That is not a small change. A president who can
I don't want to run out of oats next year. I'm going to have to buy a bunch
cannot casually tariff a continent at breakfast and untariff it at dinner.
until they can come in next year.
Records can be challenged. That is the point. Then comes the money already taken. The justices answered the power question and left the accounting to the lower courts. That is procedurally ordinary and politically explosive. Importers paid. Retailers priced. Customers absorbed. Some plaintiffs were promised refunds if they won. Everyone else is now a claimant of the mess the executive created by collecting first. Watch who tries to turn that mess into a talking point about the court wrecked the Treasury. The Treasury was built under a theory the court is now rejected. A government that keeps a tax after the warrant dies is not collecting revenue. It is holding a disputed tape. Trump's public campaign against the justices before the decision was not ambient noise. It was an attempt to make economic fear do the work of statutory text. Rule against me and you wreck the country is not a legal argument. It is a hostage note written to a co-equal branch. The court declined the role of campaign fraud. That matters for every later emergency case, this term and next. Immigration, spending freezes, deployments dressed up as domestic work. The tariff opinion is a warning, not a one-off trade memo. So the charge that should stick is specific. He attempted to convert a sanctions law into a personal tariff code. He attempted to govern price, supply chain, and diplomacy through a levy Congress never enacted for that purpose. He attempted to make speed a substitute for authorization. The Supreme Court said the conversion fails. What happens now is the test of whether the limit is real. If the White House uses the remaining statutes as they are written with investigations, product scope, and time, that is what a constrained executive looks like. If it tries to rebuild the same global dragnet out of thinner language and louder emergencies, the next case is already being born. If you think a president should have to ask Congress before taxing the country through the ports, say so in the comments. Like this video if the court's line on emergency power matters to you beyond one news cycle. Subscribe, because the ruling is the opening brief. The refunds, the substitute statutes, and the next emergency declaration are the rest of the case, and that is the fight this channel will stay on.
Party. It is a frustration that the presumptive Democratic nominee for Michigan Senate, Abdullah Syed, highlighted his victory speech earlier today after pulling off a razor-thin victory in the Senate primary. Watch.
Like me, that you ought to be able to afford your groceries, if you believe like me, that you ought to be able to afford your home, if you believe like me, that your tax dollars ought to be invested in you rather than sent somewhere else, if you believe like me, that you ought to have a guarantee of good health care in this country without some corporation trying to tell you what you cannot have and should not fight for, I hope that you'll join this movement now.
And despite the overwhelming evidence that what was once Trump's top political issue is now boosted with Democrats, Donald Trump is still campaigning hard on his economic record. This is some sort of global asset to him and his party. Heading to Las Vegas today to champion his economic policies, even as that city struggles under his terror regime and rising prices due to inflation and war in Iran. All while Trump is demanding that voters give him credit and good grades the struggles they're facing in their own households.
Trump's 50%. Actually, we have one of the greatest economy maybe in the history of the world for any country. We've done a great job.
This is why he lost my vote in 2016. Because he's delusional. Totally fucking delusional.
What
I'm a former Republican.
maybe Elon
I used to do nothing but
might want
vote
to actually
for
talk to some voters. Here's how they grade Donald Trump.
I'm curious if you could give him a letter grade overall handling of the economy.
F. If I need to lower than F, I would. Right now, D minus, F,
An F. An F. Yeah. And you were quick on that. Why?
Well, before he got voted, he was saying a lot of things that we were promised to get, and where's all that? And so hasn't even happened. He's still saying all this, which maybe might happen, but hardly ever happened. So I just never see nothing good.
Donald Trump refusing to face the reality about voters' anger with his ailing economy. He's currently disparaging his chances in November's midterm elections. As we're start today with some of our favorite experts and friends, talking to senior political columnist and national affairs analyst John Howland is back. Also back with us, Media Matters for America President Angela Garrison is here, and the host of the Fast Politics podcast, contributing writer for the New York Times, Molly Comcast. Howland, what do you make of not just where numbers are? I mean, part of me thinks they're actually higher than they should be. 32, 34%. It's still a third of the country that approves soaring inflation, deepening of popular war in Iran, tariffs that are still inexplicable to most people. But what do you make of how the economy is driving people to the Democratic Party? It's a real anomaly.
What the heck? What are you doing? I must have hit the wrong damn button.
How many are mute? You gotta unmute. Oh, how many are off and unmute? Start over. Take two. How many kills so hear you? That's not my question. Is it there?
I need more than that in there.
Alright. Angela, your thoughts?
I think it's reality, right? And that's what we broke down, because he's been selling a story about promises. You heard it. And they were talking about 5-6% economic growth. They were making all these claims about it. He's still hanging on to it. But at the end of the day, it's people are feeling good about this. They can't be confident that's the policy they put in place. But there's something else on
I think I'm just going to go ahead and fill the. I got no slogan on there. I'm just going to buy the store and do that and make dollars.
So that's the lay of the land. He's sort of making it sort of his own policies and calcifying it on behavior and communications.
about corruption and graft. But for voters, they've collapsed onto themselves, right? Like what they are dealing with is every time they drive past the gas station, to say nothing of filling up their cars, every time they go to the grocery store or to Walmart, to Target, everything is more expensive, and then the total of everything they buy regularly is significantly higher than it was a year ago, 2 years ago. But every time they turn on the TV or look at any news from Washington, Trump is painting something bold.
Yes, and I just want to say, Nicole, I think maybe the thing that people have been trying to do to me my entire life, which is mute me, we finally got that to happen.
Never me.
So now it happened. First time, I have to be on my own. I'm like, where's that button? What's that button? I'm counting all the time. I think, the economy is not good. It's been objectively not good throughout Donald Trump's presidency. And he ran on the economy, as we all know, we talked about this many times in 2024. It's the biggest miracle is the fact that people who are around Trump somehow got him to focus on the economy in 2024. And as become abundantly clear throughout these first 18 months, or whatever it's been of Trump 2.0, he doesn't care about the economy as it affects anyone except him in his personal economy, right? He cares about making himself as rich as possible. That is all Trump 2.0 is about. That is 75% of it, and 25% of it is retribution against his enemies. He does not care. And you see the reporting from, if you go back and really look at the 2024 campaign, you realize that it was like he didn't care about the economy then either. And he says it to people openly. He says, the economy bores me. I don't know what he's going to say in Nevada tonight, but if it's anything like what he has said every time else he's gone out on the campaign trail to talk about the economy, it has been clear that that he's not invested in it, doesn't care about it, has no real sense of what's going on in the world, and more kind of the other thing he was bored by and doesn't care about is the fate of the Republican Party. And so he's worse than being disengaged with it. He mocks it in what his statements are. It says, well, it's a hoax, and it's a witch hunt, or it's a hoax, it's a fairy tale. Democrats at the media making it up. Republican, my economy is the best in the world. I don't think he believes any of that, because I don't think he thinks about this all day. He thinks about all day the renovation projects. I think Maggie Haberman said in an interview the other day that she thought 70% of Trump's mindset, of his mind share, is now on renovating things, building monuments to himself, anything that's like a building project that is designed to, in his mind, not allow history to erase him when he's gone, is...
Oh, believe me, we're going to erase your ass. You don't have to worry about that.
And voters can see
you
that.
Will be
Your
erased.
point is, he's always talking about, when he's on camera anywhere, is one of those two things. He's not talking about them. He's not talking about their lives. And the things he's done have made the problem worse. And voters may not be, the average voter may not be an absolute economic or political genius. But they are not idiots. And they can see those two things. The economy sucks. No one in the White House cares about me or is doing anything about it. And the consequences of that, barring some unforeseen events between now and November, the consequences of that are now kind of blaring through a lot of these primary results, just in terms of what voters are telling us is motivating them to turn out. Again, the Michigan primary turnout was absolutely off the charts last night. It's because Democrats and independents are pissed, and they're going to vote November too.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think some Republican voters are pissed too, Molly. And what confounded Democrats about Trump for 10 years has been that people's desire to have what Trump has talked a good game about, a quote, hot economy, for 10 years has been a political boon to his party, even while he's been caught on tape talking about grabbing women between the legs, even while he's had, mask-off moments about the KKK and racism and extremism, even beyond January 6th. And the hubris of the Republican Party thinking that real economic despair and anxiety wouldn't come around and boomerang on them is just stunning, considering what they've sort of taken on politically, what they've tolerated from Trump. The smears against Democrats when people are literally making choices about how much gas to put in because filling up screws
it'd actually
the
be
weekly
cheaper
food and
to buy
necessities
barley and turn
budget
it into seed than it
is
is
not something that's
to
going
buy
to be
the
easily
seed.
smeared with the usual tricks and
Damn.
tropes that they
What
trot
about
out
that?
against Democrats.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse because remember the BBB has cuts to SNAP.
Barley's
So
BBB.
think about it. You are a Republican voter on SNAP, of which there are many, who
Barley's
Donald Trump
cheaper.
told you that you were running.
Instead of buying seed, I need to buy barley and turn it into seed.
You believed that Donald Trump was going to make things
Stop
cheaper.
buying seed.
Remember, he ran on this thing called, there was a weave. He did the weave on bacon, how he was going to make bacon cheaper. He said it was going to make it cheaper. He gets in office. He does things that actually do the opposite. Tariffs, war in the Middle East, gas becomes more expensive. A lot of other stuff become more expensive because of the tariffs. And then you're about to lose SNAP assistance. I mean, it's just completely a very problematic split screen. And then comes Donald Trump, and he's rebuilding the helipad, right? Because he wants to move it so he can land the helicopter closer to the White House. And he's working on the reflecting pool, right? And he's fighting with his attorney general over the reflecting pool. And he's put his name up on the Kennedy Center. And then there's a tarp there. So it just feels very out of touch to see what Donald Trump is focused on.
Do you need somebody to help you with that? Honestly.
Economic future on the line. Let's now bring in Patrick Murphy, former acting Army Secretary and former Democratic Congressman from Pennsylvania. Also, Governor James, the author of The Building Pulpit on Substack and former Deputy Director of the White House National Economic Council under President Biden. So, thank you both, gentlemen, for joining us this morning. Patrick, I'll start with you. I mean, the economy is front of mind for voters most of the time. We are now in the stretch run of this midterm campaign season. We just fact-checked the president's claims. We can also put up any number of polls to show that Americans simply do not approve of how Trump is handling the economy.
No doubt, Jonathan, and you're spot on. The reality is this. We have an unnecessary war in Iran. As you mentioned, I'm a veteran 20 years ago, came back home and was the first Iraq vet elected to Congress. But that war in Iran, that unnecessary war in Iran, Jonathan, has cost, according to Moody's, $700 per American family. Also, as you mentioned, gas prices. I wish you tell the graphic guys in the back there, Joe Biden, when he left, it was $3.10 when he left and transferred. So I get it. It's over $4 now. So
I'll be right back.
It's a tough grade, and that is, as I was teaching in West Point a couple of years ago, I think I wasn't giving that guy a felony mark or a possession mark there.
So Ron Klain, message of Biden. Ron Klain was President Biden's first chief of staff, and I remember him telling me during the Biden administration, the first thing Klain said, the first thing he would do every morning, sometimes before checking to see if the president was trying to reach him, was check the price of gas. And all right, that's because it has that psychological importance, right? Bill Clinton once described the gas stations as the billboards for the economy, because these gas stations, which so prominently display their prices, they're on most major American streets. And even if you're not stopping for gas that day, you're driving by it, you see it, and it's sort of bellwether as to how things are doing, and right now, not doing great.
Yeah, that's right. I remember Ron raising that. We had early emails from Ron asking about the gas prices and what we could do to help bring them down. But you're right. They are the most prominent price that is displayed across the economy, and it's a good metric for people's perceptions of what are happening to prices across the economy. In this case, it's a very accurate perception. And to your point earlier, not only is it the price of groceries and some other items that are up since Trump took office, inflation overall is much higher than the day that Donald Trump took office, despite the fact that he said that lowering costs would be his top concern. And I think that those very low marks that Trump is getting out of the economy aren't surprising when you consider the fact that almost all of the visible actions that he has taken in office, whether it's the war in Iran, whether it's the tariff agenda,
all of them are directly leading to higher costs for families. Well, just last week, he announced a new round of tariffs. Projections are that will add $1,000 a year to the annual costs facing a typical household. And I think people are looking around and saying, what is he doing for me? What is he doing about the biggest issue in my life, which is the cost of living? And I think people are saying, I wish the guy would focus a little bit more on my costs rather than his ballroom and his IRS fund and all these other personal things that, to me at least, seem clearly much more top of mind for him than trying to deliver lower costs for Americans.
The other president seems out of touch with many voters, and he continues to try to blame the previous administration, to try to blame President Biden and his policies. But you're certainly right. It's things, the decisions he has made on the Iran war, and indeed the tariffs that has contributed to these higher costs for so many Americans. So, and a lot of voters are indeed holding him responsible. We talked to some of those in Nevada, where the president is today. Here's what they had to say about how they feel the economy.
Yeah, he needs to tell the truth. That's what he needs to do. He gets up there with all these promises and these lies. The promises ain't for us. He wants us to vote for him. Well, you got to do something. You know, make it right.
You got to decide whether you're going to pay the rent or feed your family. You know, it's getting tough out there for everyone. Everything's more expensive now that he's been in office for a couple of years. It's really driven the price of everything up with his crazy tariffs and his crazy policies.
I'm curious if you could give him a letter grade overall handling of the economy.
F. If I could go lower than F, I would.
So Jason Johnson joins us now. He's professor of politics and journalism at Morgan State University, as well as an MS Now political contributor and host of the podcast In Word with Jason Johnson. Jason, you just heard those voters there in Nevada offering a very different assessment of the president's economy. He gave himself an A+ grade. That last guy said an F, and wish he did it lower.
Look, as a college professor, I don't know what goes lower than F, but I think
that's why we summoned you for this.
Yeah, this is really bad. And if you look at a state like Nevada in particular, there's some key things here that explain why no one believes what the president is saying. The people in America who have the longest average commutes are Latino men 30 and under, right? They're the ones spending money on gas. They're the ones who have to commute the furthest. They're the ones who are working in businesses like construction and sometimes even data entry and service industries. They are also one of the biggest swing groups that moved towards Trump in 2024. They're getting hit in the worst. In a state like Nevada, where it's like, hey, I got to drive here, I'm working at this casino, I'm working at this construction site, that is why they're angry. That's why they're likely to flip this particular year. So no one believes the president on gas, let alone the other issues he's trying to convince people.
Which about is there a sale offer here? Is there a success story? He loves to point to the stock market as a sign of the economic health of the nation. We all know, of course, that's not the case for Americans. And to my mind, that only reinforces how stratified this economy is right now. Well, yes, those at the top doing great. Those that can be in the stock market, for the most part, doing pretty well. But a lot of Americans feel left behind.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, where the stock market has been up quite a lot under Trump's tenure. The overall economic growth has been solid, not spectacular, not reaching the levels of the Biden years, but you could put together a decent story there. But I think what the American people rightly see is that all these gains, whether it's the stock market or even economic growth more broadly, are not really falling down to them. They're being largely accruing to those at the very top. You know, the thing about the stock market is that the top 10% of households own about 90+% of all shares. So when the stock market goes up, that's seen as a good indicator about the economy, but it's largely about benefiting the top 10% of households. Those are also the households that tend to be driving the economy through consumption right now. So if you're in the bottom 90%, you know, basically most families in the United States, you're not gaining a lot from those gains. The economic gains are largely going to a thin slice of folks at the top. And you can look around and say, I see people working awfully hard for other people to get rich. And I think that that's really driving the fundamental grumpiness of the American people.
Yeah, I say you go for it.
The American people are sick and tired of being sick and tired because, you know, even $1 per gallon gas, that's $547 a year, you know, salary. And as earlier, you know, Johnson pointed out earlier, when you look at diesel being up so high, look at the American Teamsters, those truck drivers. My grandma came back from the Pacific World War II. They're paying outrageous numbers for diesel gas in America. That is going jacking up prices for consumers. So these are unforced errors, Jonathan. That's why the American people are pissed off. We shouldn't have this unnecessary war in Iran. We shouldn't have tariffs that we have to pay for. And we shouldn't have spending on ballrooms in Washington and Alabama, etc., where we need to get the brass tacks, get people back to work, and bring costs down for every American.
So that's sort of economic anger, which I think is what a lot of Democrats are trying to channel right now for this November. And what that could be someone who's perhaps considered more progressive, like we saw the winner in Michigan this morning. But frankly, that applies for modern Democrats too. Just sort of say, like, look, we've been left behind.
Right. It's funny. I don't think your paycheck means whether you're being Republican or Democrat. I understand that no one else is right. So this is a message that both Democrats and Republicans can fight on. But the Republicans, after our entire lifetimes, have finally blown their lead when it comes to economic competence, right? And that's a mixture of consistent sort of downsizing of the economy and insensitivity on the part of the administration and a failure to come around with a decent message. Now,
I'll be right back.
Talk all the time. We
Some
talk
more
about
coffee.
the K-shaped economy, right? Where people who are doing well, this K, they're going up, or people who are doing badly, it's kind of this bottom part of the K. The K-shaped economy really stands for it's kicking everybody's butt, right? And the party that can say that most consistently and then offer a solution. It's one thing to say, I'm angry at Trump. It's one thing to say, we're going to do something about data centers. But what are you going to do for my job? What are you going to do for my kid that's graduating? What are you going to do for my gas prices? The institutions that are failing people, that get fixed by, say, a Mayor Mamdani, they get fixed by, a senator running saying, hey, look, we're going to make sure that you can't get taxed on this. We're going to find out that, these sorts of fees and penalties need to be taken away from you. That's what matters to people, because they can see that in dollars and cents in their regular lives.
Patrick, back to you for a second. Also, we've shown an effort, and I think that's what angers so many voters right now, is that it doesn't seem like Trump's even trying. In fact, he usually mocks the very idea of affordability that's presented to him.
Well, one day he says affordability is a made-up issue, and then the next day he said he's trying to solve it, but he's really not trying to solve it, at least not effectively, because of these tax policies. And of course, when we talk about the big beautiful bill, the fact that it's going to add another $3.4 trillion toward national debt, that frankly, Jonathan, my kids are going to pay for it, right? And it's a world where we're already $38 trillion in debt. That, in fact, every year we spend $1 trillion just to pay the interest off on our American debt. I mean, it is crazy, and you can't fool the American people. They see it with their own eyes and ears. They see what the gas prices are. They see what's going on in Washington, D.C., and they see people not generally caring in an authentic way of how, as Jason just eloquently said, finding solutions.
You get stuck in traffic. When you get stuck in traffic, you try audiobooks from shady sites.
That was fun.
When you try audiobooks from shady sites, malware happens. When malware happens, Ron gets into your account. When Ron gets into your account, he finds a lot of the good fiction in your credit card.
Now, as Jason just eloquently said, finding solutions.
So President Trump, who was back at the White House this morning after delivering a speech yesterday in Las Vegas that was supposed to highlight his economic achievements. Instead, the president gave his typical rally-style remarks filled with false claims. And
if I run low on seeds, I'll just buy
undocumented immigrants
a truckload full of barley.
And again,
I'm not buying seed anymore. It's cheaper to buy barley, turn it into seed.
But right now, it's one of the best things. I mean, it's one of the greatest things. People are making a lot of money, no tax on tips, and it's great. This past filing season, 440,000 tipped workers right here in Nevada saved an average of $10,000 on their taxes. Think of that.
You're such a fucking liar.
Just on the no tax, they're good. More Americans are working in the United States right now than at any point in the history of our country. I saw polls today on television saying, Donald Trump polls on the economy are good. The economy is the greatest economy we've ever had by far. The economy aren't good. They're fake polls, just like fake letters. And as illegal aliens go home, the cost of rent, groceries, and other staples is coming down because our costs are coming way down. They talk about affordability. I took over the country. The prices were through the roof. In my first day, the president, what are you going to do about affordability? It was a word they devised, affordability. They never used that word before.
You used the word here.
To get him to talk about affordability, they've had all these rallies. They've designed these set pieces for him where he could just get to the idea that people are having a tough time affording the cost of living he just is incapable of.
Look, you gotta admire the man's consistency. He just won't do it. They could bring the horse to water, but yet it is amazing. Yeah, I mean, I talked to aides, again, even yesterday, ahead of this West Coast swing here in LA and then Vegas. And look, we're gonna have this centerpiece event on the economy. We'll talk about no tax on tips, which is one of the few things that he could say he's done for, and that's particularly resonates there in the service economy in Las Vegas. But yet he just takes the idea of affordability, claims the media invented it, or perhaps Democrats, and just utterly dismisses it. And he just, it goes to his inability to ever admit a mistake, to ever admit that things aren't perfect, that things aren't a golden age. And I wrote, sort of related to this piece for The Atlantic this morning about how the reflecting pool embarrassment, how the Air Force One embarrassment, how they wasn't secure enough for him to fly overseas, led to him lashing out, and even using the levers of government to go after those that he blamed in those destructive cases, whether it's a canoeist or New York Times reporters. In this case, he is embarrassed or at least humbled by the state of the economy, and he simply can't admit that it's not working right. Yeah, it is for those at the very top, no doubt. But there's a reason why there's so much populist anger right now in the country. It's with most of the nation feels like they're being left behind, and they look to the president who seems out of touch. It's not that he's offering solutions that aren't working, and maybe he'd get credit for trying. He doesn't seem to be even trying, and that I think is holding him and his party back.
More concerned with building billion-dollar ballrooms and statues to himself across Washington. You heard the president talk there about more people working than ever before. It's a line he's been using a lot lately. That number driven, though, by population growth, as we mentioned yesterday, not his economic policies. We also heard him talk no tax on tips. Labor unions and research groups have disputed the actual savings for workers, though they like the idea. On top of that, tourism is down significantly in Las Vegas, leading to fewer tips for service industry workers. The city drew about 3.
Tourism is down because of this fucked up immigration policy.
It's a 7.5% drop, the largest decline since record-keeping began in 1970, leaving aside, of course, the pandemic. Meanwhile, a gallon of gas in Nevada, about $4.80. That's more than 70 cents higher than the national average, according to AAA. So David Drucker, again, the White House and staffers around the president are trying to get him to go out there and acknowledge at least the pain that a lot of Americans are feeling. We know how this ends. He's in front of a crowd, he's in Vegas, he gets frothy, he gets riled up, and he wants to talk about his achievements, which is fair, but he can't zero in on the issue that is the top of every poll of people's concerns heading into these midterm elections.
Yeah,
I mean, Republicans will be voted out to a T, every single one of them.
Consistent, talk about what he wants, when he wants. We saw this during the first presidency. He does not accept the premise that anything is wrong, right? He will talk about what was wrong as he took office, and then he will just say it's been fixed. And it's a trap that many presidents, not just Donald Trump, falls into. Because presidents do not like to accept any sort of blame. And as a political matter, that's somewhat understandable. But one of the worst things a president or any elected official can do is not acknowledge voters' pain and meet them where they are. So let's just quickly take out the economic metrics for a minute. We can have a debate about that. We can have economic experts about that. What the polling tells us is that voters do not believe the economy is as great as Donald Trump says it is. And they do not believe, according to the polling, that he's sufficiently focused on the thing that they care about most, which is the economy. And so it doesn't really matter whether Trump is right or wrong. Voters don't think he's right, and that's costing him and his party heading into the election.
And also he's talking about gas prices that drop down to the floor, as he said yesterday, once this war in Iran ends. Most people at this point don't see an end to the war in Iran, at least for the moment. In that speech yesterday, President Trump also spoke about that race in Michigan and had this to say about now the Democratic nominee, Abdul El-Sayed.
Don't question your legacy until you bury them in their prime. Put them on fate to rest. NBA 2K27. All over everything.
This professional 32 TW SSD, capable of holding the entire collection of the New York Public Library, is something you won't find at Best Buy or any electronics retailer. Even if you were willing to drop $1,000, you couldn't buy it. But today, you can own it for the price of a single beer. Here's the deal.
Due to the ongoing conflict in the Middle East and the crisis in the Red Sea, global shipping is in total chaos. Our entire shipment destined for Egypt.
And had this to say about now the Democratic nominee, Abdul El-Sayed.
And the polls were wrong again last night when they thought it would be a landslide victory for a hater of Jews and a hater of Israel. This guy hates Jews. Somebody said, oh, that's a little strong. No, he hates Jews and he hates Israel. Abdul El-Sayed. You believe this? This could only happen to me.
Doing great things for New York City. The only thing you did for New York City was leaving it.
What could only happen to him there, John. But as I mentioned, I mean, you can look at the front page of the New York Post, you can look anywhere in conservative media right now. This is the candidate that they wanted in Michigan, but also nationally, so that they could make the claim that the Democrats,
Wrong guy, sorry.
the state of Michigan, potentially the governor of Wisconsin, would be a turn far left.
Yeah, right turn.
I got the wrong guy.
This is something that I think politics or season are GOP term prospects improve as Dems dominate socialist radicals. I mean, the opposite, not actually. The social, as Alec pointed out, doesn't actually serve some part of the DSA. But we're seeing this is the Republicans' closing argument. Is that they think that the Democrats, there's energy on the left, or communists or socialist, they use the words to change with most guys.
They don't know what either one of them means either.
And they feel that
they know the difference between communists and socialists.
At the very least, there is a sense from both parties. Michigan, because of this result yesterday, Michigan is down perhaps more of a toss-up than it would have been previously. I think that is possibly true, and we had the nominee on our air yesterday. We asked a lot of questions, including those around Israel. He's going to have to keep facing those questions, and I think his answers are unsettling to some voters. That said, we also shouldn't downplay some of the energy that's on the left right now. He is a political candidate. Yes, there are some things, surely, he will need to adjust here next couple of months, but I think it would be a mistake to say, oh, this is what you're calling Colin here, Alec, but I think that most judges are going to be sure. And I think that there is some here, as well as some of the others in Michigan talking about maybe next thing after some fight. But one thing that he can do, according to my Rogers, who seems like he's somewhat more Republican, but tying very effectively with Donald Trump to this guy for the president.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely the backdrop and the case against Rogers, right? And midterms are referendums, but I think Michigan voters are going to have, on the one hand, Rogers didn't have to go through a primary. He just lost the last election to Elizabeth Slotkin by 0.3 points. I mean, it was close, right? So they feel good for that reason, as well as the fact that El-Sayed, I think, has some healing to do within the Democratic coalition and might have a harder time bringing along some disaffected Republicans. I think that is going to be one of the big tests here. On the other side of it, when I was out there, I was meeting voters who were telling me, even if they still supported Trump, they connected the Iran war to gas prices, and they were questioning, why wasn't this war ever just explained to me? Because I think their inclination is to back Trump, to give him the leeway, to give him the patience that Republicans on the Hill are giving him. And I think that's going to be one of the true tests, is they are making that connection, and it underscores why Republican strategists that I talk to consistently say the Iran war is the biggest and most unpredictable thing that keeps them up at night on the midterms, because to voters it is a direct connection between a Trump decision and the affordability costs that they were already feeling.
It is Wednesday, August 5th, 90 days until the midterm elections. I'm going to ask you to look away from the shiny object in today's news cycle, that is the dramatic conclusion of Democrats' primary for Michigan Senate seat. Because when you scratch just below the surface of last night's primaries, you'll see a series of results that tell a story about how each party is going into these fast-approaching elections. And despite a lot of hot takes about how ugly and damaging the Michigan Senate primary was for Democrats, the takeaway from last night is that it's Republicans who are facing a real challenge. And understand that you need to look southwest from Michigan at Missouri, which also had a primary last night. Voters in Missouri like their ballot measures. In recent years, Missouri voters have used ballot measures to enshrine the right to abortion, raise the minimum wage, to expand Medicaid, and legalize marijuana and sports betting. But last night, Missouri voters rejected a ballot measure. I mean, it was a ballot measure that would have made it harder to pass future ballot measures. Amendment 4 would have required proposed ballot measures to achieve a majority, not statewide, but but in each
Sort of,
individual
right?
congressional district of the state,
7,
it was
6,
rejected
57.
by 80% of voters, and ironically rejected in each congressional district
Barley is
individually.
cheaper.
Amendment 4 was a plan that was hatched by Republican state legislators to limit the power that their own constituents hold in the ballot box. None of the ballot measures I told you about a minute ago, abortion rights, minimum wage, Medicaid expansion, marijuana, none of them would have passed under the Republicans' proposed threshold. But here's the thing. Initiatives put on the ballot by the Republican-controlled legislature would not be held to the same threshold in that ballot measure. And that's the tell that this was actually about silencing voters. That's what happened in Missouri last night. Something similar played out in next-door Kansas. Kansas voters rejected an amendment that was put on the ballot by the Republican-controlled legislature, which would have required state Supreme Court justices to be popularly elected rather than appointed by the governor and then facing retention votes. Now look, this is for another night. There are valid arguments both for and against the popular election of judges. But this ballot measure was not about that principle. It was about undermining one specific ruling by the state Supreme Court, as well as the expressed will of the voters of Kansas. In 2019, the Kansas Supreme Court established a constitutional right to abortion in the state, and Republicans have gotten creative looking for ways to overturn that decision. In 2022, Kansans overwhelmingly voted to enshrine abortion as a constitutional right. After that, Kansas Attorney General Chris Kobach suggested that the exact idea of popularly electing judges to quote, slowly and quietly advance anti-abortion judges. But yesterday, voters denied the slow and quiet attempt, and they did it swiftly and loudly. 61% voted against that referendum. While Republicans engage in harebrained schemes to divert the will of the people, voters far and wide are begging for them to instead focus on the economy. A new Reuters Ipsos poll finds that 48% of Americans said the cost of living was their top issue in deciding who to vote for in November. On that very issue, Donald Trump has an approval rating of 23%, and fully 70% of those polled disapprove of his handling of the economy. And when asked which party has a better plan to deal with the cost of living, Democrats have an 8-point edge over Republicans, 35-27, although 28% say they don't know which party has the edge. On some level, Trump knows that this is his political problem because he went on a West Coast swing the past 2 days to promote his economic agenda. True to form, in a speech in Las Vegas this afternoon, he dismissed the issue.
Of course he did.
More Americans are working in the United States right now than at any point in the history
And
of
then the
our
people
country.
clap. Don't clap. Especially when you know it's a lie.
Thank you. You don't hear that. I saw polls.
You don't hear it because it's not fucking true.
Those Trump polls on the economy are good. The economy is the greatest economy we've ever had by far. The economy aren't good. They're fake polls.
Seriously, do not turn on
Fake
stats.
president. Try that. No, sorry.
I used to work at Verizon, and I shouldn't be telling you this. They made us sign papers to keep this quiet. I quit.
The economy aren't good. They're fake polls.
One thing Americans don't like is being lectured about how they feel about the economy. Let's just fact check that for a moment. In a country like the United States, which has consistent population growth, the workforce always grows over time. Number two, this is not the greatest economy we've ever had. Number three, they are not fake polls. And number four, this economy is good for a specific part of the population, and largely not for the vast majority of wage-earning Americans.
If you're a billionaire or a millionaire, it's a great economy. Hey, Hartwick Cattle Farms, how you doing? Thanks for joining the stream.
They didn't just experience the most.
So I assume you play this game, or are you a real farmer?
Last night, but even so, they are coalescing. Haley Stevens, defeated last night, released a statement saying,
Okay, Austin. I assume you're not asking me the question. Yeah, that's a grass seeder. And only seeds grass. Galbo. Right there. Supposed to improve the yield of my grass fields. So how many cuts will I get out of these 3 fields? 1, 2, 2 cuts. It's October. I'll have to turn them into oilseed radish, and then plant potatoes next spring. Seems to work good. One thing I like about it is even with all the adjustments I've made in the fields, it'll still AI can still plan it, or AI won't do any other planning for anything else I'm trying to grow. I gotta manually plant corn, wheat, barley, whatever. Mulcher, you mean? You mean mulcher? I think it's a lizard.
last thing. Haley Stevens, defeated last night, released a statement saying, quote, Donald Trump and Mike Rogers want us to come out of this primary tired and divided so their billionaire backers can come in and let millionaire Mike Rogers walk away with the Senate seat. I'm not going to let that happen, end quote. Joining me now is the Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, Democrat of Michigan, who, of course, was claimed in her nomination last night. Congresswoman, good to see you again. Thank you for being with us.
Good to see you. I hope you got a little sleep.
Well, you and I probably got the same amount of sleep. You were on with us very, very late last night, and I appreciate that. What you said last night really stood out. Yeah, it was a bruising and tough primary. I am one of those people who think that political parties should have debates even when they're tough, and the Democrats are having those right now. But at the moment, as you said to us last night, you and your fellow Michigan Democrats are working to try and come together after Abdul al-Sayed's win last night. Tell me what that looks like.
Well, we have no choice, because I think that one of the things that you have to recognize is that these three candidates, Mallory was with Abdul today, had
they're playing preseason
more
right
things
now?
in common that they cared about in their values than
How you
what
don't
was
watch
different.
preseason?
Mallory was with Abdul this morning as he held a press conference when he was declared the winner. Haley, who I've talked to today, told me she had an excellent conversation with him and will do anything she can to help
Who's
him.
winning?
So those two other candidates that were in that race setting the tone is very important. Tomorrow there will be a unity breakfast with about 150 leaders from around the state with the governor and Jocelyn Benson and Abdul and Haley and Mallory and the other statewide candidates and the congressional leaders. And the leaders of the House and the Senate. There will be a Lansing event tomorrow afternoon where the congressional candidate who does not want to be called a Democratic Socialist, by the way, will be participating. And you're going to see activities all through the week, the end of the week and the weekend. What's really important, we don't need to talk to each other. We've got to go out and talk to the people that we represent and tell them about what we are going to do and what is at stake in November. And I believe that those are the issues that are going to unite us and win.
Well, Congressman, you know I enjoy coming to Michigan a lot because Michiganders understand these things that are in front of us better than most people. Everybody in Michigan understands trade. You're a border state. Everybody understands. Everybody understands industry. And not everybody in Michigan is on the same side of it, but everybody in Michigan is on the same side of wanting more affordable life. It becomes very strange to me the degree to which Donald Trump simply dismisses poll after poll or concerns about affordability. I don't know how you get away with that in California. I don't know how you get away with it in Michigan either.
You don't get away with it. And I think that it reinforces the bubble that he is living in. One of the most important things I do every single week is go to Kroger on Sunday mornings.
Yep.
And people know I'm going to be there. And that's okay. And they come up and they talk to me and they show me what the groceries are costing them and the increase. They talk to me about how they're making choices. I mean, many people in this state are having a hard time affording their commute to work. We're a car state. People get in their vehicles and they drive, but the cost of gasoline is really challenging them. A mother 2 weeks ago came up to me, and maybe 3 weeks now, who didn't know how she was going to pay for the inhaler that her child needed. These are the day-to-day conversations that if you get out there, I come home, I make a point you know that, Saturday and Sunday, I'm out and I go where people are, and I don't go with anybody because I want people to know they can come and talk to me. The president needs to get out of his bubble, and the president needs to stop being surrounded.
The other thing, and this is obviously very compelling, that Jocelyn Benson, who is your Secretary of State, is now your gubernatorial nominee because she has been at the forefront of Michigan when Michigan was an election denial central. I can't believe we're here again. Donald Trump and the GOP remain in lockstep with respect to.
So I found out it's cheaper to buy barley and turn it into seed than it is to buy the seed.
I just want to play of Senator Adam Schiff and one of Donald Trump's judicial nominees. This just happened today.
No time checking account in 2 minutes, and we'll spot you up to $200. Plus, you'll pay no overdraft fees and no monthly fees. Apply to the #1 most loved banking app.
I have an idea.
Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes, and we'll spot you up to $200. Apply now.
Open your first checking account and we'll spot you up to $200. Your treasure awaits. 'Tis a mighty route. Applying for Chime.
Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes, and we'll spot you up to $200. Get the debit card worth celebrating. Apply to the #1 most loved banking app now.
Why you should never keep your gas tank about half full. For 8 years, I was blaming my car for burning through gas. Turns out my car was never the problem. I'm a school teacher in Boston. I spent the last
And one of Donald Trump's judicial nominees. This just happened today.
In 2008, Barack Obama ran against John McCain. Who won that election?
I believe President Obama was sworn into office, so I'm certain he won.
4 years later, Barack Obama ran against Mitt Romney. Who won that election?
President Obama was sworn into office, so I'm certain he was elected.
Did Donald Trump defeat Hillary Clinton?
In the Electoral College, he did, yes.
Who won between Donald Trump and Joe Biden?
Watch this.
But Joe Biden was certified by a joint session of
Oh,
Congress.
that's not what he asked you.
What is this nonsense?
It's called I'm kissing Donald Trump's ass. That's what
really
it's called.
worries me is that you were just talking about John James and Mike Rogers. I've known them. I've known.
That's what it's called. Mr. Spam Risk, I want to talk to you.
John James and his family most of my working career. This is what worries me about the November election. I just don't believe deep down that they even believe what is being rubber stamped. And that's what's at stake in November. You cannot deny these elections. People's votes matter. They need to be counted. And we need to worry about what's going to happen in November. My staff will kill me for telling you the story. But I got phone calls from postal workers who tell me that they were understaffed, that nobody was delivering AV ballots and campaign mail. That's what we've got to worry about. I'm going to get more information, but I think we have to worry about the election deniers, that they're going to try to do things to keep these elections from mattering, and we are prepared and ready to fight.
Congressman, thanks again for your time. I appreciate it. I'm sorry to give you 2 late nights in a row, but on these nights we let you sleep, Congressman, with everything. Always
Yeah, it'd be nice if they would.
Appreciate that.
I've already got plenty of spam in my cupboard.
We're not responsive to what voters in the Republican Party were saying in 08, in 12, that they didn't want forever wars, that their economic reality was not what they wanted it to be, that free trade and all the other things that Republicans used to stand for were not working in their lives. And so that's how Donald Trump prevails. He doesn't hijack the Republican Party. He is the reaction to voters feeling like politicians weren't responsive to their needs. So the fact that he's now creating the exact same.
So I'm just going to go buy a bunch of bars. I might as well just try and fill it up. Get as much seed as I can.
But it is, to me, one of the great ironies of his inability to recognize this moment.
It's such a great point. Just keep it in Michigan. Donald Trump wins in 2016. There's a reaction. They think he's going to disrupt politics. He loses in 2020 after voters in Michigan watch his administration. He wins in 2024. So there is that reaction to people thinking someone new's got to come along to change some things or do things differently. So to the second part of my question, Nicole, the front page of the New York Post, as you might expect, but also the Wall Street Journal editorial page, essentially saying this begins now, the nomination of El Sayed, as the Journal puts it, the march of the El Sayed Democrats, the march of Democrats to the left, which the paper believes benefits Republicans. Are they right?
I mean, the Journal, if you, again, look at the same 10-year swath, hasn't been right about a lot, and they've done more laundering of Donald Trump's real sort of character atrocities than anyone else by trying to cherry pick the things that happen to align with what they stand for. So I wouldn't put a lot of credence in
So
that.
let's make
I
that
think that there are
sorghum
bigger
next
brand
year,
problems
field
that Democrats
24.
have, and they're in that first point, right? I think a lot of voters just want someone that'll fight for their feeling that nothing is going their way, that even when they vote for change, they don't get the change they're looking for. I think there are a lot of candidates, like, I mean, David Jolly is the Democratic nominee for governor in Florida. James Tallarico is someone that Joe Rogan said he wished would run for president because, quote, he's a good person. And I think that the Wall Street Journal cherry-picking one race to focus on is certainly their prerogative. But if you look at the Democratic Party trying to, again, be responsive to what voters have said, they have a pretty diverse field of candidates on the ballot in November. And that doesn't mean the Journal will focus on that. I'm sure they'll focus on this race instead. But I think the reality for people when they're struggling and when everything is getting more expensive, and Trump doesn't seem to know where he is. I mean, Trump used to be very good at speaking to that economic anxiety and tying it to some crazy stuff. He called it the weed. Last night, he didn't appear to know what state he was in.
Yeah, and I think we've seen from Trump, he's lost touch. He used to have, like him or dislike him, the guy had a real finger on the pulse of the country, or at least his base cared about. And I think that has really faded, in part because of this bubble he lives in now. And frankly, it's striking that he's out in the country at all. He so rarely does that. And Mark Leibovich, it also seems to be that the Republicans settling on this Red Scare argument, the communism, or socialism, they don't know the difference, is out of desperation. Because they know they can't point to a lot of things that are working for them. I wrote in The Atlantic last night about how Trump deeply frustrated, but also embarrassed by how the reflecting pool went. Embarrassed about the fact they had to ground the new Air Force One. These are two, because it wasn't safe enough for him. These are two things he really cares about, and that's revealing. His priorities are not helping the American people. They're not trying to deal with affordability, but rather just monuments in Washington, or things to enrich himself and his friends. And we're seeing him lash out, and that's just reinforcing the idea. Polls reflected. Americans think he simply is out of touch and doesn't care about what they're going through.
I mean, I think in many ways that was reflected in the remarks that were played earlier. I mean, he seems like he's mailing it in a little bit. I mean, I think the whole Red Scare thing sort of conjures the idea, certainly the 50s. It's like, okay, well, people have asked sort of rhetorically over the last several years, okay, so let's make America great again. When was this a mythical America that Donald Trump always talks about? I mean, I guess there's sort of this rough idea that it was around maybe the 40s and 50s or something. And you know, that's the Red Scare. But obviously, you know, not a single mention of Mike Rogers, the opponent of Al-Said, who is, you know, a candidate who can definitely win statewide in Michigan, who's been, you know, he's pretty moderate. He could appeal quite well to the electorate there. And obviously, the Democrats are really rolling the dice with this guy. I mean, this is not a united front in that party by any stretch. If you look at the results of the primary on Monday, Hallie Stevens and Al-Said were within a few points of each other. So obviously, Al-Said has a lot of work to do. But I think it sort of looks, you sort of see the problems of the two parties right there. One being, you know, the Democrats' sort of identity crisis, and on the other hand, the Republicans and certainly the administration not having a lot to run on.
You know, Elise, one of the things that's woven from this political year, and we've been discussing it not only just today, John, not just now, but forever, and it's depressing to talk about the changes in the way government has operated, the way that changes have affected people in this country. One of the things that sort of stands out, if you just look around at normal American life, which too few American politicians do, I think, is the level of cruelty in some of the cuts that the government under Donald Trump is making on an everyday basis. Cruelty aimed at people who have a tough time anyway. It's disturbing.
Well, and also the cuts that are aimed disproportionately to punish blue states. So there's that too, and little concern for America as a whole and being some kind of leader for all. And I think that's what you see the fissures and the anger coming out, especially in a state like Michigan, when you have primary voters who are really angry over how the Iran war has hit them disproportionately in the state of Michigan. It's hit their industry, it's spiked their gas, and it's made the cost of living more expensive. And so there's anger there that I think we saw reflected in how the primary voters defied party leadership.
Yeah, and in Nevada, where he was yesterday, gas is way up, tourism is way down, and he mocks the idea of affordability, and he stands there at an affordability event. We also get a little look, Nicole, behind the curtain of this administration. Your new interview of former acting FBI Director Brian Driscoll for the new episode of your podcast, The Best People, talking about the state of the FBI under Director Kash Patel.
Sorghum is what we want to turn into flour, because look at that.
Discussion
150 liters of sorghum turns into 158 liters of flour, or the rest are all minus, but barley is cheaper. So I have to grow some sorghum and then use that to make flour out of. That's what I gotta have to use to make flour now, sorghum. Grow a lot of sorghum, make a lot of flour.
Asian girls with good English and real intentions for a long-term relationship. Yes, we actually exist. If you're tired of games and meaningless dating apps, maybe it's time to try something different. We value respect, loyal emotional connection, and genuine communication. And the best part, we can actually talk, laugh, and understand each other from day one. If you're looking for something real,
And lists of agents who worked on Trump cases. Here's that exchange.
They wanted all of us to be fired.
He never said that it was with the intent to fire them. However, to hand over a list while also having digested all the rhetoric coming from outside of our building, elsewhere in the executive branch and elsewhere in government, I, again, made a personal assessment and decided I was unwilling, unless it was told to me that it was a legal order, to submit the true names of almost, if not more than 6,000 FBI employees who work those sensitive investigations against the people that were held responsible. Agents, analysts, and professional staff, some of whom were threatened by those people who we held accountable, that were responsible for those deaths, without full confidence that I wasn't walking them to the edge of a cliff of their employment to watch somebody else kick them off. Also, to potentially risk having their true name compromised, released, and then the threats to them and their families. I was not willing
to get more flour out of sorghum than you would any other grain.
Brilliant attorneys on the FBI side, a lot of former prosecutors, who, after I was internally very resistant, and was willing to get out on this sort of running my own. And that's not, I'm not saying that to really get my heart, not at all. But that's
get on the scale.
Yeah.
Nicole, let's remind you that Brian Driscoll was the acting FBI director on day 1, January 20, 2025 of the Trump administration, and was asked, for example, to unmask, as he said, FBI agents who worked on January 6 cases and refused to do so.
Yeah, and I didn't. There were 6,000 people who touched.
That's such a stupid argument. Trump, who was in charge of the FBI during January 6th? You were, you dumbass. So those are your FBI agents in the crowd starting trouble, not Biden's.
What's interesting to me,
Biden wasn't president yet, you dumbass.
Is that the retribution campaign that Donald Trump has talked about, at least since the first day of his first term. I mean, he first
so fucking stupid.
Want to indict Hillary Clinton in 2017.
The president of the United States is the world's stupidest person should not be the same person. I'm sorry, I should.
That's a forever thing about Donald Trump. The retribution campaign only happens in the second term because men like ML Bode and Todd Blanche become Trump's willing accomplices and carry that out. And that's what to me is so shocking, because never before has someone gone into that building and been
been willing to purge people who stand on the line between the United States of America and Al-Qaeda, between the United States of America and ISIS, between the United States of America and Russia, between the United States of America and China. And what they've done in purging anyone that worked on a case where Donald Trump is going to be the target of the Mar-a-Lago investigation, for example, he's gone to national defense information. So that's why national security people were involved in that case to try to figure out what sources and methods could have been compromised. All the stuff in those white boxes that, again, are just demonstrably true acts that Donald Trump engaged in. And so to listen to him talk about the really hundreds of years of people who protected this country after 9/11 from anything like that ever happening again was really, really, really chilling.
Nicole, as you know, just from talking to Brian Driscoll, I would imagine, that we lost a lot of really talented people who were fired at the FBI. Did Brian Driscoll have any thoughts about how long or whether it's possible to rebuild the FBI to some commensurate level that it was 4 or 5 years ago?
So he said, so he's dying to go back in. He said he'll go in and clean the canine dog kennels. He'll go in and drive a truck, or he'll go in and help rebuild it. And he said that of the 6 associate directors who were fired very early in his tenure, that he hasn't pulled them all, but he's not heard of anyone who isn't also willing to go in and rebuild this institution they love.
Or these spots are barely visible. Okay. Right under my nose. Right next to my clothes.
What we got here? What if the person who knows your heart knows all you have to say? It sounds impossible.
Ingredients to a successful relationship is that's why when we build a successful startup, I believe it is very important to have an intimate relationship with my co-founders. You see, Kennedy, for example, is my CTO. And what I think is more important is that we run together every day. Even more important, we were sharper than the night we use the rest of the negotiating campaign. Together to design the actual product and all the screens and all that, I also did an access to my entire wardrobe that people that are aware. Honestly, it's not even just my co-founders. Take my manager, Gianna, for example. I met Gianna on. I don't even know her like that. I still listen to all of my emails every day.
Good morning, everybody. It's awkward to start these things because there is a gap, and I never know how long it is between when it says you're live and when it actually goes live. Because I've had many times people say like, "Hey, the stream starts," and you're already like halfway through, a thought. So if that ever happens, please understand it's because there is some kind of disconnect between when YouTube actually says you're alive and when you're actually live. So, that's why. It's not just me jumping the gun, it's YouTube telling me I can go, even though I actually can't. So it makes it a little awkward sometimes. But, folks, we have a lot that I have to get through today. Obviously, as I said yesterday, we are not having a stream tomorrow. However, Gary has cooked up something a little special for you. So, even though there will be no live stream, please do tune in at 9 a.m. Central tomorrow for a very, very special treat. That's all I have to say about that. So that's going to be fun. Also, we still have tons of regular great content coming up on Friday as well. So please stick around for having said all of that, we're going to jump right in because, as I mentioned, got to be able to get through all of this today. And honestly, I've got to be out a little early today because I have just too much to do before we leave town, over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. Now, let's get right to it. The Trump administration, specifically the Department of Homeland Security, got on social media this week and demanded to know if Americans have remained loyal to Trump.
I never was loyal to him in the
official
first place.
Twitter account for the Department of Homeland Security posted this along with a picture of Donald Trump on Twitter saying, quote, "Did you remain loyal?"
Never.
Did you remain loyal? With a photo of Donald Trump from the Department of Homeland Security itself. Now, of course, any other administration, this would have been a massive scandal, right? This would have been all over the news. People would have already been fired. We'd already have congressional hearings. They would have come back from recess to get to the bottom of this insanity, this Orwellian dystopia that we're living in. But today is Thursday, and this actually happened on Monday. We're 72 hours past when this happened. I just happened to come across this story late yesterday afternoon. So this, again, straight out of Orwell. It's the kind of thing you would read about in 1984, big posters with Big Brother saying, "Did you remain loyal?"
Hell no.
And nothing. Nothing! And honestly, I am ashamed of myself for only just now finding this to talk about, but this is dystopia. And get this, the Department of Homeland Security posted this in response to a right-wing influencer by the name of Christian Hines, who posted a screenshot of what he called a series of generational wins after another, which was really just a couple of temporary court rulings that allowed Donald Trump to, be the bigot that he is, revoking 200,000 visas for asylum seekers and whatnot. So they weren't actually even generational wins. They were temporary victories that are likely going to be overturned upon the lawsuits resuming. So Christian Hines doesn't know what words mean, but it was in response to that the Department of Homeland Security asks, "Did you remain?"
What are you going to do to make it up to Stephens? You're going to have to do something.
There is
You're going to have to do more than that. Maybe make
United
her
States
something at school.
oath of offices.
Okay?
There's nothing
Because she loves you.
in the military oaths and
If
creeds
something
and all that.
happens
Nothing
to me and your grandpa,
that requires
her and Uncle
loyalty
Dale are going to take care of you, okay?
to an individual person.
So you need to respect her. She could be your future mom, okay? You go to sleep again if you want.
It requires loyalty to the laws and institutions of the United States of America. But those days are gone. We are now living
Austin, you
in
still
an
there?
era
You want to say hi to Malachi?
where if you are not loyal to Donald Trump, you are an enemy of the state. That's how they view you. That's how they view me.
I know, and that is so wrong. That means Donald Trump's an enemy
I
of the
do fear
Constitution.
what happens as this administration drags on. We always think, well, it can't happen here. Well, folks, it is happening.
It is happening. Right now it's happening. It is here.
How bad things could eventually
It is happening, and it is here.
On the other hand, read 1984.
So don't tell me it can't happen here, because it is happening here.
And that is exactly how we have ended up where we are right now. We have an authoritarian in office. He is a fascist. He wants to be emperor for life. When I say emperor instead of dictator, because he's already attempting to build his little empire outside the borders of the United States, and that, of course, by definition, would make him the emperor. But things are going to continue to get worse, especially as Donald Trump becomes more boxed in, as his failures mount, as the polls against him get even worse. He's going to go crazy, and in an attempt to appease him and to keep him happy, these government agencies like Homeland Security with this insane Orwellian post, they will do more. Because they want him to be happy. They want to keep their jobs. They want all of this to continue. And that's going to be Alright. Let's get to some super chats real quick here. Paula Trigg says, Hope Florida grand jury findings, $10 million was misappropriated, but insufficient evidence to charge anyone. Nobody will take responsibility for deciding the taxpayers' money will go. And that is about pretty much what we, should have expected from this ass backwards Republican-controlled corrupt disgust. That is infuriating to know, but thank you for sharing. Don Whitehead says, tomorrow's my birthday. Can I get a birthday shout out? Well, absolutely. Happy early birthday, Don. Always great to see you here, and I hope you have a wonderful birthday, wonderful weekend. Promise it's going to be amazing. Future Minnesota. Why in Texas is 23rd and 20th congressional seats remain vacant since April of the balance of initial elections? I cannot find answers. Why? And unfortunately, I don't have answers to that either. I don't know. Republican-controlled states, honestly, the states can do that. And they just choose to do that. It's not necessarily anything illegal. It might be out of the ordinary, but obviously states are able to control the manner in which they hold elections, including special elections. Sometimes special elections happen, immediately within like a month or so of a vacancy. Sometimes they can push it out a year.
Saying that my cedar store is plenty
And
of seed,
unfortunately, they do have the ability to make those choices. Jedi Protector says, listen to Middle Fingers by Missy after stream. If only I had time to do that. Today is not a fun day. Other forgotten stories. Indiana storm devastation with no little Fed response. In Idaho, in-and-out shooting ending 3 lives and shooters. Now, this is what happens when President Devo takes all the opposite for news. We did briefly mention Indiana the other day. Obviously, not in-and-out. That is for Trump had the flags to stay at half-mast for Dolly Parton, yet he shut down her reading program. And we are actually getting to Dolly Parton in just a moment. Ninjavesto says this is getting insane, more insane than it was yesterday. Did you see the education department accidentally compare Trump to Hitler? No, I did not see that. God. K Watcher says silver lining, most would be emperors aren't octogenarians with failing health. Yeah, but I mean, the Grim Reaper seems to be wanting to go after all the other 80-year-olds. Tim Curry obviously announced yesterday, so that was the wrong Home Alone 2 actor.
We don't know their names. We never shook their hands. But every freedom we wake up to, we owe to them. The one.
I digress.
What?
Anyway.
All right.
But let's talk about Dolly Parton. Obviously, Dolly Parton's passing this week was one of those rare moments. It kind of brought everybody together, regardless of political affiliation. Everybody loved Dolly Parton, even if you're not a country music fan. Even if you're not a fan of her songs, like, yeah, I don't like the way, you still liked Dolly Parton. She may have been the most likable human being ever.
just a good, kind-hearted individual, and the world is worse off without her in it. And Donald Trump decided, to no one's surprise, to make it all about himself. On Wednesday, Donald Trump went on Glenn Beck's program, because apparently that guy's still kicking around somewhere, and Donald Trump was asked by Glenn Beck about lowering the flags. Glenn Beck praised Trump, saying, "And for the first time in history, you said we should lower our flags, and you declared that our flag should be at half-staff. That's never been done before. Why'd you do it for her?" Now hold up there, bud. But before we get to Donald Trump's absolutely insane response, you said lower the flags. That's never been done before. So saith Glenn Beck. Now, Glenn, obviously flags have been lowered before. That's a thing. Like, we actually have manuals about when you're supposed to do it. And, of course, at the president's discretion, it can happen at other times as well. So that's a whole thing that actually exists. We actually just did it for Lindsey Graham. Also, by the way, if you're trying to imply that that's never been done for an entertainer, then you're also wrong about that, because that's literally happened within the last year, where the flags were lowered to half-mast because an entertainer died. His name is Charlie Kirk, buddy. But either way, it's been done. But you're sitting there verbally filleting Donald Trump, because that's just what conservatives do, trying to make it seem like, oh, sir, you're so great. You're doing things that have never been done before, even though they've all literally been done within the last 12 months. But I'm going to pretend they weren't, because I want you to feel good, because I don't want you to be sad. So anyway, Trump responded saying this. "Never. We've done this, lowering, but as I understand it, I've heard from a couple of people. I'm a little surprised. I mean, she was amazing, and to lose her, it's like you lose a member of the family. We all knew her so well. I knew her a little bit. She wasn't a very political person. She really liked me, I'll tell you." Oh, boy. Now, I do think Dolly Parton liked him, but only due to the fact that I think Dolly Parton was such a good, genuine, pure person that she liked everybody. Like, she seems like the kind of person who would not necessarily like what you do, but like the fact that you are a living human being and wish nothing but the best for you, including getting better than being a horrible piece of crap. So she probably did like him in that sense, but Dolly Parton was not an openly political person. She never took a side politically, right? She didn't say, I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican. The only thing she ever said is, I've got as many Democratic fans as I do Republican fans. And she declined the Presidential Medal 3 times, twice during Trump's first
Let
term,
him pickles,
once
I
during
need coffee.
Biden's term. She doesn't want anything to do with it, right? Until you look at her life and the things that she did, right? The reading programs, the disaster relief, feeding the hungry. Kind of sounds a lot like a book that conservatives claim to love. The main character in that book did those things as well. But Dolly Parton, while not political, was obviously very, very progressive. She welcomed everyone from all walks of life, regardless of age, race, gender, sexuality, religion. She welcomed everybody. The exact antithesis of what Donald Trump is.
Make sure I got enough seed for the future.
But again, all of this is about Trump now. I'm the one who lowered the flags, and it's never been done. You've never seen a flag at half-mast. And pay no attention to last month when I did it for Lindsey Graham. I'm doing it longer for Dolly Parton. And I definitely think that that is a good decision. But this is going to be all about him. Because that's what he does. And that is just absolutely a disgrace to her legacy. Alright. Let's keep going because we've got
Got 3
we've
wheat
got a
fields,
very
right?
unpleasant story here to
No.
talk about.
Yeah.
And I'm not looking
Oh,
forward
4.
to it, not just because it's
4
not
wheat
fun,
fields.
but because this
Well, I'm going to turn
is
these 2 fields into
rather
1. So.
devastating. According to multiple insiders in the Pentagon, Iran has caused far more damage to the United States and our facilities abroad.
Welcome to Suite 250 at Cool Springs Foot Care. Today we're going to talk about shockwave therapy. Shockwave therapy is an
I
advanced,
just bought some
highly
oats and I
effective,
didn't need to.
non-invasive
I thought I
treatment.
had already harvested it this spring, but I haven't.
Based on weeks
Oh well. It's not like I
This
can't afford it.
administration is admitting. In fact, Iran has actually caused billions and billions of dollars worth of damage to U.S. facilities in other countries. Let me read you this. Intelligence posts and surveillance hardware in the region of the Middle East, some of which is shared with military and spans a dozen countries, have been depleted by drone and missile strikes, according to the insiders. The insiders added that the level of damage is unprecedented, with repair costs soaring into the billions. An Iranian drone barrage slammed into the CIA station in the Saudi Arabian capital Riyadh. Foreign operatives also targeted a secondary American intelligence facility situated in eastern Iraq, pummeling key intelligence assets early in the conflict. Iran has launched more than 2,000 missiles, drones, and airstrikes during the war, hitting at least 20 U.S. government sites across 8 separate
I think that means my sugar's still high.
These strikes were aided by satellite surveillance imagery handed over from Russia and China, as well as
Yeah. It'll come down.
electronic intelligence from Vladimir Putin's administration. So Donald Trump's bestie over there, Vladimir Putin, is actually giving Iran all of the satellite imagery, like intelligence, hey, and here, and here. That's coming from Vlad. He's doing that to harm the United States. The man that Donald Trump was so giddy to meet on that red carpet on that to the tarmac that he couldn't even walk a straight line. He's so excited, I haven't seen you in forever. And he's killing us. Literally. He's giving Iran information so that they can use that to kill members of the United States military. Donald Trump is going to meet with Chinese leader Xi Jinping next month. Do you think he's going to bring up, hey, why are you feeding Iran all this information? Nope. They're going to sit, they're going to have a wonderful meeting. Donald Trump's going to talk about what an amazing guy he is and how great
next month.
certain industries are.
Combines are going to be busy.
Great relationship they have. And then he's going to fly back home. Meanwhile, they're going to keep feeding all of this information to Iran. Iran is going to continue to use it to attack U.S. military bases and other installations across the Middle East. Right now, they've hit 8 countries, but they've already been threatening, by the way, to start hitting other countries, including those in Europe, with American installations. And those are going to continue to happen. And then back home, this administration, including Trump himself, are going to continue to tell us that Iran has no military, they have no air force, their navy is lying in the bottom of the sea with an S, not the C like the letter C. Some people think it's different, not C, S-E-E. And he's going to go on a dimension tirade that completely loses the entire plot. And they're not going to tell us what's actually happening.
Nothing.
So they've
I don't have
lied
any wheat.
about what
I
Iran
have
has
to buy
hit.
some wheat.
They've lied about the costs. They've lied about how many U.S. soldiers have been killed or injured in this conflict. They have lied about every single thing. And even with the rosy picture they're painting, a vast majority of Americans do not, and have not since the beginning, approved of this conflict. Just imagine how bad those polling numbers would be if Americans actually knew the truth of how badly we are getting beaten. And yes, we are being beaten now by Iran. All right,
that the
let's
new
see.
one?
I don't know if we have any super chats come through. Maybe we did, maybe we didn't.
Is that the battery for it?
Come on. No. Oh, that's funny. Getting off Twitter. I like that. Recently said, when I'm gone, you will all be broke. He said that with a bigly smile on his face for at least 3 years. He will not live forever. God. I mean, as a country, I really don't know how much longer we just limp along, pretending this is normal and good and the way things are supposed to be as a country. But, my God. Good Lord. And of course, by the way, just as an aside,
Good about it.
people dying of measles in the United States. Thank you, RFK Jr., for that. Super great to be going back to that era of American history. Just everything. I mean, good God, we've got people dying from diseases we had effectively eradicated. None of the food is safe. We don't even know where this administration is going to be bringing in Donald Trump's mystery meat from. They didn't even tell us, by the way, about the recall of the Argentinian beef. Do you know when that recall was initiated? I hope everybody understands this.
2014 needs to be sugar beets next year.
Asian girls with good English and real intentions for a long-term relationship. Yes, we actually exist. If you're tired of games and meaningless dating apps, maybe it's time to try something different. We value respect, loyal emotional connection, and genuine communication. And the best part, we can actually talk, laugh, and understand each other from day one. If you're looking for something real, click below.
Bobby has been rock hard. When he calls me, the phone shakes.
I mean, it's like I'm doing Cirque du Soleil. Uchu goal.
It's better sex than it has.
You have arousal. So not only are you erect, you want it.
And here's the science. Combine 4 ingredients in one prophecy.
You get
The 2 ingredients get you hard physically, and 2 support arousal and desire in the brain. Up in the noodle. It works faster than last. Guys, we can get yourself completely experience the bedroom with Blue Chew Gold.
I'm on to something in the air, in Vegas.
That's 26.
You know, doing it.
Let Blue Chew, the new Sunday show with Bobby.
Yeah.
There's a reason Blue Chew is the #1 brand for better sex. Experience it for yourself at BlueChew.com. And we've
Not this week. That recall happened August 6th, and we just now learned about it 3 weeks later. That's insane. So none of the food is safe. People are not safe. Military's not safe. Just, dear God, everything is falling. Chantal says if other countries can follow Canada's lead, the world might have a chance. I forgot to mention the new trade war in Canada launched when we did. And yeah, you guys are slipping. It's actually fun. And I love it. Now, harping on these all these horrible things that we all need to not forget are happening right now. Oh, no, yeah, by the way, if you notice that your weather apps, or even whatever website you go to kind of check weather, to tap on things just seem to be so off recently, it's because this administration got it. The National Weather Service is now forecast conditions are more or less right and intelligent. They have so you fast. Can't wait for the Is Your Life Better Than 4 years ago? I want to look Trump supporters in the eye and see how deluded they are. You know, I still
They will say with a straight face that Trump's a great president.
There are still plenty of these yahoos. There's not as many as there used to be, obviously. But there's still plenty of them who are like, he's doing the best job ever. We love this. I don't care. The gas is $5 a gallon. I love my president. And there's always going to be the freaks. But if they also happen to be anti-vax, then maybe eventually the problem just works itself out. You know, at this point, I don't want people to die,
Yes.
but I'm also a firm believer in
Hey, Sarge.
you have to live with the consequences of your decisions. So, you know, if you're choosing to not get vaccinated because you think those things is poison, then
Don't be crying when you're dying.
whatever happens.
I like it. Don't be crying when you're dying.
One more. Paul Triggs says, last tabulation, we have 41 days of oil reserves left. Dear God. That is awful. That's terrifying. But let's move on. We've got two fun stories to end the week with. I swear to God, we're going to talk about fun stuff, folks. Increased Dolly Parton. Yeah, two. Dolly Parton, obviously, is just the best person. But let's have fun for a moment. We talked about all the horrible things, so please have fun. A judge in Texas has delivered a humiliating ruling on striking down Texas's ban on drag shows. This ban has been in effect for several years. In fact, the original lawsuit was actually filed against the state of Texas in the year
Hey, Billy Smith, how you doing?
2023.
Thanks for joining the stream.
So more than 3 years ago, the lawsuit was filed, and finally this week we got a 34-page decision from Judge David Hickey, who absolutely wrecked Texas Republicans. I want to read part of his ruling. He says, SB 12 is unconstitutionally vague because it fails to give a reasonable person notice of what is prohibited. Even though multiple aspects of the law render it vague, the most glaring issue, quote, relates to the term prurient interest in sex. Because this term is undefined in Texas law, lacks a readily ascertainable ordinary meaning, and applies to all performances targeted by the statutes, it renders SB 12 irredeemably vague.
A woman half my age slipped me her number at the marina, wrote it on the back of the boat rental receipt, and told me to call before Friday. I'm 59. I still have the receipt in my glove box, but I want to tell you how I got there because 3 months ago, none of that would have happened. And I mean, none of it. It started at my daughter's.
Now, sexually oriented performances, blah, blah, blah. And the judge is like, listen, I know you guys repeatedly in legislation said prurient interest in sex. And you did that because of that Supreme Court case eons ago that mentioned, well, if there's a prurient interest in sex, then of course it can be banned back from our puritanical days here in the United States. So you guys literally, the judge is like, you took one quote that is taught in law school non-stop, by the way, and you just said it all throughout the legislation as if that makes it okay. He said you have to define it within your state's laws, and you didn't do that, so it can't stand. But it gets even funnier. The judge continued. Just as many people criticized Elvis's signature hip gyrations and were offended by his display of male sexuality, chastised Dolly Parton as a voluptuous sex symbol because of her big hair, flamboyant clothes, and breast exposure, and shamed Miley Cyrus for twerking on stage during a live performance of the 2013 MTV Video Music Awards, there are erotic elements in countless popular performances that could be subject to both civil and criminal penalties under your bill. Finally, for those who find such activities as described in this case offensive, the solution is relatively simple. Just don't go, the judge wrote.
Whatever happened to that?
Hey,
If you don't like
if
drag
something
shows,
fits
don't
you,
fucking go.
If you don't like something,
If you don't
guess
like
what?
gay marriage,
It's a free
don't
country.
marry the same
You don't
sex.
have to
It's
participate.
really that simple.
What a shocking revelation for conservatives.
Other than that, it's none of
And
your
honestly,
goddamn business.
That's the thing I always bring up when we're doing the live streams, and we get the trolls there. Like, hey, you obviously hate this, so why are you here? Other people enjoy it. You don't. So why did you make the choice
I was
to
thinking there were
waste your
chickens in
limited
the
time on planet Earth doing something that makes you mad and angry that you hate doing? Okay, it's not a job. It's not like you have to do it so you get paid so you can survive. You're choosing to do it because it pisses you off and you don't want to have fun here, so nobody else should have fun here. Listen, conservatives, if you don't like the idea of drag shows, don't go to drag shows. If you don't want drag queens reading to your kids, don't take your kids to get read to. God knows you're not reading to them at home either, so it'd be nice if somebody would. If you don't like it, don't do it. It's that simple. And
Should be.
of course, it's work or paying taxes. Nobody likes those things, but we all have to do them so that we don't go to prison and so we can continue to survive in the United States. But if it's a voluntary activity, this is what the judge is saying, that you don't want to do, then just don't do it. You don't have to impose your will on other people who enjoy these things. You, while they're enjoying that, can actually go enjoy something you like to do. How about that crazy thought?
And imagine
Everybody
that somebody tries to take
do
away
their
something
own
you like to
thing
do.
and enjoy
Like no
their
more
own lives.
fishing.
I know.
No,
Radical
let's ban
concept for
fishing.
conservatives.
Let's ban hunting.
Maybe this
Cruelty
judge
to
will
animals, right?
get through to one or two.
Let's ban bowling, golf.
All right, we have got some
I don't like to play
nasty
golf.
sounding storms.
But you see me trying to ban
I
golf?
did not know that
No.
was happening today.
I just simply don't play golf.
That's fine. It's a good day for a thunderstorm.
Somebody wants to play golf? Knock yourself out.
Jedi Protector says a report says
Preferably
the
with your
data centers are
club.
being used for
Or your
adult
driver.
content. Gallimore and Page were emailed threats. We live in the worst timeline.
Whatever happened to that idea in this
They
country?
were emailed.
If you don't like it, just
Okay,
don't
they're
do
being
it.
used for adult
I mean,
content. Gallimore
doesn't
and
mean
Page were
same
emailed
thing. The
threats.
same exact thing as with abortions.
Is
An abortion is between a woman and her
I'm
doctor.
sorry,
Nobody else's
there's
business.
a confusing couple of
Period.
sentences there where they emailed threats due to
Fucking
the
period.
data centers being used
Fucking
for adult content.
exclamation point.
I'm
Period.
sorry. I'm confused about that train of thought. I'm sorry. And I'm not trying to be rude. I legit am not
All
quite
right.
sure. Regardless, two separate thoughts there.
I
Data
think I looked at
centers
this
are
before.
going to be the death of the country. And Delaware Page getting threats is obviously absolutely disgusting and horrific. I love them both and hope, it's just empty threats. We get them all the time as well. But Alistar Dreamer says, we've just lost Peter Cullen as well. The voice of Optimus Prime is no more. Can we please catch a break? I was not familiar with Peter Cullen, but obviously, they come in threes. May not have been the third everybody was hoping for. Gargoyle Dragon says, I'm not saying that Texas conservatives think everything corn because they're so uptight, but I am saying they're so degeneratively perverted they consider everything.
Eggs and
Took me a minute to
ramifications.
realize subbing the C. I got it. Mr. Magoo says we lose Peter Cullen, Optimus Prime, but keep Optimus alive. I feel so out of the loop too. I'm not familiar. And it may be one of those things where actually I am, but I forget. I know them. I just don't recognize the name. Matthew Ernest says it's not about freedom or safety. It's about control. Absolutely true. That is what conservatives want to do.
I need to put some
Bernie
serious
says
water
support
in
for the
there.
UK
That's not
banks
gonna. That's not gonna.
the fight. Well, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. And we try to have fun as we fight. Not always easy, but
Go get my water truck. Go and put 5 million liters of water in there. I didn't realize it needed that.
now let's get to our final
All right,
story.
where's my water truck at? Over here.
The reflecting pool. The thing that Donald Trump has been so obsessed with for so long. The thing that has been drained and refilled and drained and refilled and drained and refilled and drained and refilled all summer long is now. A photographer by the name of Joe Clark has captured 2 photographs that were posted all over online showing that the ceiling at the bottom of the reflecting pool is now coming up in large chunks. Not just the line, but the line is actually 300,000 meters of it. No, now the ceiling that was under that wire is coming up in very large chunks. And of course, they're draining it again. Because they gotta fix it again. For the millionth time. Everything Donald Trump touches turns to garbage. And that reflecting pool may be at a point now because of all the damage that has been done to it from this, cartoon villain contractor. It may have to be torn out completely, absolutely demolished, and then rebuilt, which is going to cost us far more money than this whole renovation thing was supposed to cost. But Trump has ruined it. His vanity, his insanity has ruined this reflecting pool. And what kills me is that even after the government's own documents, which of course we learned about thanks to Janine Pirro, the contractor screwed it up. They did a bad job. So when it needed to be fixed the first time, they were like, we'll use the same company because they did a fantastic job. Okay. But then when they had to drain it again because it was still a shit job, who did they go to? Let's get that same guy again. I know he messed up twice, but 2 strikes, he still got 1 more. So they did it, and then it messed up again, so they had to drain it again. So that's strike 3.
So next month will be.
But this administration apparently doesn't know the rules of baseball because they went back to him again, and now it's ruined again.
Already got 1 cutting out of here.
I don't know how many more times this charlatan, that again is a cartoon villain when you look at this lunatic. But they're going to keep
be the
going
last
back to
cutting,
it.
and then
Every couple of weeks,
turn it to
we're going to be like, well, the whole thing is like coming out
oilseed radish
like dust.
for September's
Oh,
planting.
don't worry, we've got a guy for that. He's very familiar with the reflecting pool because he's done the work 500 times now. The local definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again but expecting different results. And if we use that definition, this is absolute utter insanity. But they're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep going back to that same guy, and Donald Trump is going to continue to tell us that fan bills are out there, they've all got their box
Won't fit
cutters,
through there, but I can just simply back out.
I don't know where they get them. They probably buy them in bulk. I don't know, maybe look at Amazon, they may have a pack of like 10 or 12.
Okay, let's get the eggs to
But they're all
Grandma's
using the box
country.
cutters, and they're all cutting up the reflecting pool, and it's so sad. And Janine Pirro, what a loser, what a waste. She would not prosecute them. I told her to prosecute, she didn't prosecute. She said Dunkirk in the interior. Dear God. This is never going to end. We're going to be dealing with this reflected pool drama until this man is out of office, and the reflecting pool is unfortunately having to be torn down and completely rebuilt. Lord Almighty. Alright, let's get to some supers. Scorpius says, I'm surprised you didn't watch full description of being a child of the 80s. Yeah, but when the 80s ended, I was only 7. So, I wasn't that wasn't my formative childhood. I did watch Ninja Turtles, but honestly, I didn't spend a whole hell of a lot of time. Well, I was a Nintendo. So, I did watch Ninja Turtles, and after that, on to the Nintendo. So I didn't watch a lot of cartoons. And in fact, the shows I did watch, as a kid, I'd watch the shows my parents were watching, so I'd watch Cheers. I'd watch Unsolved Mysteries and have horrific nightmares because that show was terrifying for a 5-year-old to watch, Mom and Dad. That and Rescue 911, where you just see these horrific things happening to people. Good Lord, what were our parents thinking? Gargoyle Dragon says, it really is a war crime. It causes mass human suffering, scorches the earth, and is cross-dignity. Shove it back in the... Very good analogy, Mr. Hughes says. Perhaps they're digging up the Epstein files. Oh, Lord. At this point, they may as well use the Epstein files to line the reflecting pool and probably do a better job than whatever this Yahoo contractor was in. Paladin says he was optimistic in the movies too. Interesting. I didn't see it. But, it is what it is, to each their own. And, look, hey, I gotta be a super early folks. We've been at this for 39 minutes and 48 seconds, but we are going to call it a day. Don't forget, there's not a live stream tomorrow. However, there is a very special video going up at 9 a.m. that I hope everybody tunes in for, so please come around for that. I will see you all Monday morning, bright and early, 9 a.m. Central. Happy birthday, Dawn, tomorrow. Hope you enjoy your day. Have a wonderful weekend, folks. Stick around for all of the great videos coming up throughout the rest of the day, and of course tomorrow, and for Saturday, and for Sunday. But most importantly, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. I will see you.
He certainly does. I don't know when he sleeps, but I enjoy reading all the coverage about everything he's working on.
Well, the big case now, obviously, is the mail-in ballot case, which is taking a very important turn today. So that's where we're going to be getting to.
That's great. I know so many people are wondering. I'm getting text messages about it. I'm sure you are. So I'll look forward to hearing what he has to say. Maybe we can all take a breath for a moment, I hope.
We'll see. Thanks, Jen.
We'll see. Thanks, Lawrence.
What Abraham Lincoln gave us, Donald Trump wants to take away. The first significant use of voting by mail occurred during the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln trusted the Postal Service, trusted those on voters. Our postal system is older than the United States itself. The interstate mail system was established a year before the Declaration of Independence was written, with Benjamin Franklin serving as our first postmaster general. In what would surely be a home to Benjamin Franklin, we now have a postmaster general who has put in writing his eagerness
to violate the law for Donald Trump because Donald Trump told him to. From the start, the Postal Service has been operating under laws passed by Congress that require all mail with proper postage to be delivered. And now Donald Trump's favorite Postmaster General, David Steiner, has written a new rule for the post office, which Donald Trump ordered him to write in an executive order, in which David Steiner promises that the Postal Service will violate the law and not deliver mail if that mail contains election ballots sent to or from someone who the Postmaster General has decided should lose the right to vote. If you randomly walk into federal courthouses around the country and just look in at the criminal proceedings, one of the oldest federal crimes, with one of the largest records of criminal prosecution in federal courts in the country, is mail fraud or tampering with the mail in some way, blocking some kind of interference with the delivery of the mail. That's a federal crime. A postal worker in Massachusetts pleaded guilty just 2 months ago in federal court in Boston to the crime of failing to deliver mail. The specific charge the postal worker pleaded guilty to was obstruction of mail. One count of obstruction of mail. The postal worker faces, that postal worker, waiting sentencing, faces a possible sentence of 6 months in prison for one count.
Summer's here, and right now get 50% financing for 5 years on all 2026 Silverado 1,500 miles. No payments for 90 days.
Be right back.
Obstruction of mail. Postmaster General David Steiner is now eager to obstruct millions and millions of pieces of mail. The biggest crime of mail obstruction in American history. This perilous moment in history. That is what California's governor called this moment when Donald Trump is poised to illegally seize control of our elections by seizing control of the 13 million ballots that are delivered by mail in California elections alone. On Monday, the Republicans on the Supreme Court rejected an attempt to block Donald Trump from committing this crime against the Constitution and against the people of the United States. The Supreme Court Republican majority said it was just too soon to know if what Donald Trump was going to do was illegal because his Postmaster General had not yet written his new rule about how to handle mail-in ballots. Never mind that he had actually written that rule on Friday. Ruling was on Monday. They could have read it, but they didn't. So they pretended it was still too soon. The new rule he was ordered to write by Donald Trump also told him what that rule would say. Donald Trump put all of that clearly in a written executive order that the Supreme Court saw. The Supreme Court could see in the order exactly the crime Donald Trump was planning to commit. But because the Postmaster General had not yet, when they wrote their opinion, put his participation in the crime in writing, the Supreme Court said it was too soon to stop the crime in progress. And the states objecting to this would simply have to wait until the Postmaster General actually puts his criminal plan in writing, which the Postmaster General did. He's written a 95-page rule that was released on Friday, giving him control over all ballots mailed in America. The Postmaster General, according to this rule, will look at the ballot envelopes when the Postal Service receives them and then decide which of those envelopes the Postal Service will deliver. The 24 states objected to this and filed a new lawsuit in court today in Massachusetts in federal court. Massachusetts Attorney General
Green Campbell filed suit in federal court in Boston today. The state attorney general represented the largest number of voters who use the mail. It's California's attorney general Ron Bonton join our coverage.
I think I'm going to need more
Their
seeds
lawsuit says,
before I go get more.
for more than 250 years, the Federal Postal Service has provided reliable, vital services to millions of Americans and served to bind the nation together through the personal, educational, literary, and business correspondence of the people. Congress has defined the exclusive circumstances under which the United States Postal Service may refuse.
No reason why I can't fill it up. I've got plenty of money. I need the seeds for the greenhouses that I got and the plant new crops.
Must depend upon some law of Congress, and if no such law exists, then it cannot exclude or refuse to deliver them. Congress enumerated the specific and narrow categories of non-mailable matter, including, for example, matter declared non-mailable by criminal statute. Neither mail ballots nor mail ballot envelopes fall into any non-mailable category outlined in statute. Case closed. It is as simple as that. Only Congress can authorize the Postal Service to refuse to deliver some category of mail, hazardous materials, for example. As soon as the Postmaster General saw Donald Trump's illegal executive order, his job, his moral duty, was to say to Donald Trump, it is illegal for you to order me to refuse to deliver mail if the states do not create lists of voters for me to check, and if the states do not create ballot envelopes that I approve of. All of that's illegal. And the reason it's illegal for the Postmaster General not to deliver mail is because it's a crime for him to refuse to deliver the mail. He could have told Donald Trump that immediately, but David Steiner is now an eager accomplice of Donald Trump, disgracing the position created in this country by Benjamin Franklin. David Steiner had a life-defining moment delivered to him when Donald Trump sent him an illegal executive order that was both illegal and unconstitutional. And David Steiner showed us exactly who he is, exactly how craven he is, exactly how dishonorable he is. He is another disgraceful and now permanently lifetime disgrace.
It is.
Trump, the
got 4 wheat fields?
trying to commit a crime against democracy that Donald Trump wants to do.
3, 4. Okay, good. That should be enough wheat. Hopefully it's lasting until next year. Chickens get hungry. That's what sometimes we eat like pigs.
If you've had the same phone number for 5 months, you need to change the setting right now. I was getting like 10 spam calls a day, and I had no idea. Then I put my number into close, and it checked 120 plus sites and shows your privacy. You can see it gave me a free privacy shield. I drive rideshare with smartphone.
Having Congress on your side is one thing. Having the Constitution on your side is everything. The lawsuit against Donald Trump and the Postmaster General says, quote, states bear primary responsibility for elections under the United States Constitution. The Constitution's elections clause provides that the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations except as to the places of choosing senators. That's it. That's what the Constitution says now, and nowhere in the election clause of the United States Constitution is the word president mentioned. The lawsuit points out
But Donald Trump has tried and failed to do this through Congress. The lawsuit says, quote, for months the president has relentlessly urged Congress to pass the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, the Save America Act, which seeks to enact some of these goals. In addition, the president has called on Congress to severely restrict the ability of voters to cast ballots by mail. Congress has declined to adopt the Save America Act, much less the other voting restrictions for which the president has advocated. Having failed, the president has continued his efforts to unilaterally impose federal control of elections on much of the nation to assist the president in executive order and ready to the regulation and issue of the cities. For the Supreme Court now. When Donald Trump failed to get a majority Republican Congress,
This is not going to be a very easy if at all.
Postmaster General will do whatever Donald Trump wanted. The lawsuit says, quote, Congress has never exercised its elections clause authority to limit mail voting or authorize.
Oh, we got to try. We got to try. The old Flintstone card gun.
Congress has already expanded.
Probably not going to be very exciting.
Mail voting for military and overseas voters. Neither the President nor the United States Postal Service may control eligibility to vote by mail, nor may either impose mandates on state and local election officials implementing state law governing voting by mail. Postmaster General David Stein violated Postal Service law by failing to consult the Postal Rate Commission before making a major operation change.
Like I said.
But David Stein didn't care. Donald Trump wanted this done.
So much for that idea.
He was going to do it no matter what the law said. The Postmaster General violated the laws governing the Postal Service, something no other Postmaster General has ever been accused of. The lawsuit describes the new postal rule the Supreme Court will now have to apply. Here it is. The rule requires states to enroll every eligible mail voter with the United States Postal Service and tasks the United States Postal Service with compiling them into state-specific lists. It further establishes design requirements for ballot mail envelopes, including the requirement to use trackable intelligent mail barcodes, and provides that the United States Postal Service must pre-approve states' ballot envelope designs when election officials send ballot mail to voters missing from a state's United States Postal Service list or use envelopes that do not comply with the new standards. The United States Postal Service will not deliver those ballots. The lawsuit says, quote, the rule violates the Constitution and federal statutes many times over. One need not look further than the White House to explain the United States Postal Service's unprecedented
What good is digest
conduct.
in this
President Trump has long opposed mail voting, expressing that it would lead to the end of our great Republican Party. Since reassuming office, the president has aimed to, in his words, get rid of mail-in ballots. State attorneys general often have to struggle to connect with voters when explaining what they do for a living or what they did that merits re-election or possibly election to another office. So much of what a state attorney general normally does involves obscure legal issues. The biggest criminal cases in a state are almost always handled by local district attorneys, not state attorneys general. California's attorney general is now involved in some of the very complex corporate litigation involving an antitrust case objecting to the merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers. And just today, California's attorney general, along with other state attorneys general, reached a settlement in a lawsuit against Mark Zuckerberg's Meta, in which Zuckerberg agreed to paying a settlement of as much as $17 billion and to change Facebook and Instagram features that have been used to, in effect, addict children to their social media products.
But in a typical year, a typical state attorney general doesn't handle a single case that most voters care about or even know about. But not now.
My Blue Chew Gold just kicked in. Sir, that is always an immediate yes for me. My husband would initiate.
Not in this perilous moment in history, when, if our right to vote survives, it will be thanks to Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Campbell and California Attorney General Ron Monti and dozens of other state attorneys general in between Massachusetts and California who are now fighting for the most important thing that any state attorney general has ever fought for in this country. They are fighting for nothing less than the preservation of democracy itself. Leading off our discussion tonight is California Attorney General Bonta. General Bonta, thank you very much for joining us tonight on this very busy week for you and very busy day. Your lawsuit says it all, but what are the aspects of this lawsuit that you think should turn this now, should turn the Supreme Court around and say, yes, we can now see that what they're doing is illegal?
The U.S. Constitution, the plain language of the Elections Clause, which, as you rightfully have set forth, it says that the states, and to a degree Congress, determine the time, place, and the manner of elections. So the states determine how elections should be run and administered. The President has zero authority in that regard.
I think we're going to shut it down. It's been 4.5 hours this week. We're starting to get hungry, and which is understandable. The last 2 days not eating. Anyway, I'm Court Duke Farminator. It's 13:59, June 1st, 4th year of this map. This is Farming Simulator 22, Michigan Farms Map, Schafer's Ag Service, Part 127 Bravo. This is an accurate replica of the farm I grew up on. Check out my other YouTube channel, Corky Duke, where I play war games on, and I have my parody songs on, including 3 farming parodies: Daddy Can't Find His Arm, a parody of Montgomery Gentry's Daddy Won't Sell the Farm, Lay, a parody of Sugarland Stay, and Born to Fry, a parody of Sarah Evans' Born to Fly. Thanks for watching. We'll see you all later. Y'all take care. Bye.